Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this, and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Theseus, hero of the labyrinth. Let's dive into the wild, sun-scorched world of Theseus, a kid who's got royal blood in his veins and a divine spark that's about to set the ancient world ablaze. He's not your average prince. This guy's born from a king and a god, a mix of mortal grit and godly swagger that's destined to shake things up. Our story starts in Trozen, a sleepy coastal town far from the marble halls of Athens, where Theseus grows up with the sea in his ears and a restless fire in his chest. He's the son of Aegeus, king of Athens, and, here's the kicker, tied to Poseidon, lord of the deep, through a twist of fate and a night no one talks about. Buckle up. This is where a hero rises, sword in hand, ready to carve his name into legend. It all begins with Aethra, his mother, a tough-as-nails woman with eyes like the ocean and a knack for keeping secrets. She's raising Theseus alone, away from Athens, where Aegeus rules with a shaky grip and a heart full of worry. Why the distance? Well, Aegeus had a fling, blame the wine, blame the stars, and left Aethra with a kid and a promise. If it's a boy, he'd said, voice low, hide my sword and sandals under a rock. When he's strong enough to lift it, send him to me. Aethra nods, tucks the memory away, and watches her son grow, knowing he's got more in him than Trozen's dusty hills can hold. Theseus isn't your typical kid. He's a whirlwind, a bundle of muscle and mischief who'd rather wrestle a goat than weave a basket. By the time he's a teenager, he's tall, broad, with hair like dark waves, and a grin that says he's up to no good. Your trouble, Aethra tells him, half laughing as he pins a local bully in the dirt. Good, he shoots back, dusting off his hands. He's smart too, quick with a quip, sharp with a plan, but there's a boldness there, a hint of, I can take on anything, that's either genius or a disaster waiting to happen. The town whispers about him. He's got the sea in his step. And they're not wrong. The big moment comes when he's 16, strong as an ox and twice as stubborn. Aethra leads him to a boulder on the cliffs, the wind whipping her hair as she points. Under there, she says, voice steady, but eyes glinting. Lift it. Theseus cocks an eyebrow. What, no please? But he digs in, muscles straining, sweat beading on his brow. The rock groans, shifts, and finally rolls aside, revealing a sword, old, bronze, notched but regal, and a pair of sandals, worn but fit for a king. Your father's, Aethra says, and the pieces click. Aegeus? He breathes, gripping the blade, the weight of it sinking in. Athens? She nods, her face a mix of pride and worry. He's your father, king of Athens. And there's more. She hesitates, then spills it. Poseidon's in you too. Aegeus prayed to him that night, and the sea god answered. Theseus blinks, the sword suddenly heavier, the sandals humming with a faint saltwater vibe. A king and a god? He says, grinning wide. No wonder I'm this good looking. Aethra swats him. Focus, you oaf. but he's already spinning, mind racing. Athens isn't just a city, it's his birthright, and he's not waiting around to claim it. He could sail there, take a ship, breeze in easy, but that's not Theseus. I'm no passenger, he declares, slinging the sword over his shoulder, tying the sandals tight. I'll walk it, earn it. Aethra's eyes narrow. It's dangerous. The coast road's crawling with trouble. But he just laughs, a sound like waves crashing. Good. I like trouble. She sighs, knowing she can't stop him, and hands him a cloak. Don't die, she says, half order, half plea. Not planning to, he replies, winking as he sets off, the sea at his back, the horizon calling his name. The road's no picnic. It's a gauntlet of cliffs, forests, and rumors of bandits who'd slit your throat for a sandal strap. Theseus doesn't flinch. He's got Aegeus's steel and Poseidon's salt, a combo that's already buzzing in his bones. He's not just strong, he's clever, the kind of guy who'd talk you into a trap before punching your lights out. I'm no ordinary prince, he mutters, testing the sword's edge, his grin bold as he steps onto the path. The locals watch him go, whispering, "That's Aegeus's boy," and the wind carries it, a ripple of a name about to grow loud. His first test comes quick, a hulking brute named Periphetes, a bandit with a club the size of a tree trunk. Pay up or smash up, the guy growls, swinging it like he means it. Theseus doesn't blink. How about neither? And ducks the blow, fast as a whip. He trips the thug, snags the club at mid-fall, and cracks it over Periphetes' head. Nice stick, he says, twirling it as the bandit flops, out cold. Mine now. It's brutal, it's bold, and it's Theseus, outsmarting, outfighting, proving he's got more than muscle in that head of his. Word spreads. Bandits start sweating. Villagers start talking. He's got the gods in him, they say. And Theseus just grins, the sword at his side, the sandals kicking up dust. He's not arrogant, not yet, but there's a swagger, a "I can handle this," that's starting to show. Athens looms ahead, a city of marble and mess, and Aegeus waits, a king who doesn't know his son's coming. Time to meet the old man, Theseus mutters, the sea wind tugging at his cloak, Poseidon's whisper in his ears. So, here he is, Theseus, born of two worlds, royal and divine, mortal and mythic, stepping out of Trojan with a sword, sandals, and a spark that's about to ignite. This is just the start, he vows, eyes locked on the road, the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders. He's smart, he's brave, and he's got a hint of that godly pride. Athens doesn't know it yet, but their hero's on his way, and he's bringing trouble with him. Theseus is on the move, Aegeus' sword slung over his shoulder, Poseidon's sandals kicking up dust along the wild coastal road to Athens. He's left Trojan behind, his mother's warnings still ringing in his ears. But he's not taking the safe route. Oh no, ships are for merchants and cowards. This guy's walking the gauntlet, a stretch of cliffs and forests, crawling with bandits and beasts who'd eat you for breakfast and pick their teeth with your bones. Let's see what's out here, he says, grinning like he's strolling to a party, not a death trap. He's got brains, brawn, and a spark of divine mischief. Athens is waiting, and Theseus is earning every step. The path's a nightmare, jagged rocks, twisted pines, the sea roaring below like Poseidon's cheering him on. Nice view, he mutters, adjusting his cloak. But he's not here for sightseeing, Trouble finds him fast. Sinis, the pine bender, a hulking thug with arms like tree trunks and a nasty trick. Hey, kid, Sinis growls, looming over the trail. Bend this pine with me, or get bent. He's got a tree yanked back, ready to snap Theseus in half like a twig. Most travelers would beg or bolt. Theseus just smirks. Bend it yourself, he says, ducking as Sinis lets go. The pine, whipping forward with a crack. Sinis laughs, too slow, but Theseus is already moving, fast as a wave. He grabs the tree's rebound, swings it back, and ties Sinis to it with his own rope. Let's see how you like it, he quips, stepping back as the pine snaps upright, launching the bandit skyward. Sinis screams, flailing like a rag doll, then crashes into the cliffs below with a thud that echoes over the waves. Not bad, Theseus says, dusting his hands, snagging Sinis's club as a souvenir. One down. He's clever. He's bold, and he's turning the game on its head. Poseidon's blood kicking in with a salty twist. Next up is Siren, a grizzled creep perched on a cliff, his pet turtle snapping at his feet. Wash my toes or feed the beast, he snarls, kicking a rock down the drop for emphasis. Travelers usually grovel, scrubbing his filthy feet before he boots them off anyway. Theseus sizes him up, old, mean, with a smirk begging to be wiped off. Wash 'em yourself, he says, stepping closer, dodging a kick aimed at his chest. Siren swings again, overreaching, and Theseus grabs his leg, flipping him like a sack of grain. Turtle's hungry, he calls, shoving Siren over the edge. The guy tumbles, screaming, and the turtle chomps. Crunch, splash, gone. Theseus leans over, grinning. Guess I'm not lunch today. He's not just fighting. He's outsmarting, using their own tricks against them, with a flair that's half hero, half show-off. The road's buzzing now. Word spreads like wildfire. Some kid's cleaning house. Bandits start sweating. Villagers start whispering. And Theseus keeps walking. The sword glinting. The sandals steady. This is fun, he mutters, twirling Sinis's club. But there's a swagger creeping in. I'm better than this vibe that's starting to stick. The third test hits harder. Procrustes, a wiry freak with a bed and a grin full of bad ideas. Rest here, he coos, patting his hospitality rack. A torture trap that stretches or chops you to fit. Free stay. Travelers fall for it, lured by exhaustion, only to end up mangled. Theseus strolls in, eyeing the setup. Nice bed, he says, voice dry. But I'm picky. Procrustes lunges, axe raised, fit or die. But Theseus sidesteps, fast and smooth, tripping the guy onto his own contraption. You first, he grunts, strapping him down, letting the bed's gears do the work. Procrustes howls, stretched to a snapping point, and Theseus walks away, leaving the axe behind. Sleep tight, he calls, not looking back. He's racking up wins. Sinis snapped, Siren chomped, Procrustes fitted. But it's not just brute force. He's thinking, turning their games into his victories. A mix of Aegeus's grit and Poseidon's cunning. The coast road's a graveyard of thugs now, their bones bleaching under the sun, and Theseus is the storm that swept through. Not bad for a prince, he says, wiping sweat from his brow, the sea wind tugging at his cloak. He's proving he's more than a name, more than a kid with a sword and sandals. But that boldness, it's edging into arrogance, a hint of no one can touch me, that's growing with every step. Athens looms closer, marble walls peeking over the hills, smoke curling from its hearths. And Theseus feels it, the pull of his father's city, his destiny. Almost there, he mutters, the sword heavy at his side, the sandals humming with a faint saltwater pulse. He's heard the stories. Aegeus, old and worn, ruling a city under Crete's thumb, a king who doesn't know his son's coming to shake things up. Time to meet the family. Theseus grins, but there's a flicker in his eyes. Pride, yes, but also a hunger, a need to prove he's worth the blood in his veins. The road's not done with him yet. Bandits skulk in the shadows. Beasts growl from the woods. But Theseus doesn't slow. He's faced the worst and walked away laughing. A hero, forging his own myth, one fight at a time. Let them come, he says. Club in one hand, sword in the other, his voice carrying over the cliffs. The sea roars below, Poseidon's whisper in his ears, "You're mine too." And he feels it, that godly spark pushing him on. He's not just a prince, he's a force, a wave crashing toward Athens, and nothing stopping him now. Villagers start talking. That's Aegeus's boy, the one who took down Cineas, and the whispers grow, a ripple turning into a tide. Theseus hears it, feels it, and his grin widens. Good, he thinks. Let them know I'm coming. He's not arrogant, not full on, but there's a strut in his step. I've got this. That's hard to miss. He's outsmarted killers, outfought monsters, and he's not even winded. This is just the start, he vows, eyes locked on Athens. The weight of his father's sword a promise, the sandals a nudge from the sea. So here he stands, Theseus, halfway to his throne, the road behind him littered with the fools who tried him. He's smart, he's brave, and yeah, he's got a touch of that godly pride, earned, maybe, but sharp-edged. Athens doesn't know what's coming, he says, the wind at his back, the city drawing near. He's a hero in the making, a prince with a spark, and he's ready to claim it all, one bloody, brilliant step at a time. Theseus strides into Athens, Aegeus' sword at his side, Poseidon's sandals, leaving faint saltwater prints on the marble streets. He's beaten the coast road's worst, Cineas, Siren, Procrustes, and the city buzzes with his name, a hero, fresh from the wild. But Athens isn't cheering. It's trembling, caught in Crete's shadow, where King Minos holds a grip tighter than a noose. Every 9 years, 14 youths, 7 boys, 7 girls, are shipped off as tribute, fodder for the minotaur, a monster locked in a maze of death. Theseus sees the fear, feels the weight, and steps up. I'll end this, he declares, voice ringing like a bell. The labyrinth's calling, and he's ready to face it, brave, bold, and maybe a little too sure of himself. Aegeus meets him in the palace, an old man with gray hair and worry etched deep in his face. You're my son, he says, clasping Theseus's shoulder, eyes wide at the sword and sandals. But this, he gestures to the crowd outside, mourning the latest tribute list. This is madness. Theseus grins, sharp and fearless. Madness is my specialty, he quips. But there's steel behind it. The king's desperate. Crete's been bleeding Athens dry, and Minos' monster is a curse no one's broken. 14 go, Aegeus pleads, but none come back. Theseus doesn't blink. I'll go, and I'll come back, with the beast's head. The city's in an uproar. Parents wail, the chosen tremble, but Theseus volunteers, swapping places with one of the doomed. If I don't, he tells Aegeus, who will? The old man's torn, Pride for his son, terror for his fate. But he nods, handing him a black sail. Raise white if you live, he says, voice cracking. I'll watch the sea. Theseus takes it, slinging it over his shoulder like it's nothing. White it is, he promises, but there's a flicker in his eyes. Confidence, sure, but a hint of, I've got this, that's starting to sound cocky. He's the hero Athens needs, and he knows it, maybe too well. The ship sets sail, black sails flapping like a shroud. 13 others, huddled below deck, scared kids who look at Theseus like he's their last hope. He stands at the prow, wind in his hair, the sea humming with Poseidon's pulse. Don't worry, he tells them, clapping a boy on the back. I've handled worse than a bullman. They nod, clinging to his words, but he's already picturing the fight. Sword flashing, horns snapping, a tale for the ages. This'll be good, he mutters, grinning at the horizon as Crete looms into view, its cliffs sharp and unforgiving. Minos waits at the docks, a king draped in gold and malice, his smirk cold as stone. Another batch, he sneers, eyeing the trembling youths, then locking on Theseus. And you? Athens' new toy? Theseus steps forward, chin up, sword gleaming at his side. Toys got teeth, he shoots back, voice steady, but edged. Minos laughs, a dry, cutting sound, and waves them toward the palace. We'll see, he says, when the minotaur's done with you. The crowd parts, Crete's people staring, some curious, some cruel, as Theseus leads the group, his swagger unshaken, the labyrinth's shadow creeping closer. That night, in the palace cells, a new player steps in, Ariadne, Minos' daughter, all dark hair and sharper eyes. She slips through the shadows, a thread coiled in her hand, and finds Theseus pacing like a caged lion. You're the one, she says, voice low, studying him. Tall, fierce, a spark she can't ignore. The one who thinks he can win. He grins, leaning against the bars. Not think? No. She raises an eyebrow, half amused, half doubting, then holds up the thread. This'll get you through, she says. Don't lose it, and don't die. He takes it, fingers brushing hers, and winks. No promises on the thread, but dying's off the table. There's a spark there. Her gaze lingers, his grin widens, and she's hooked, though she'd never admit it. Why help me? He asks, twirling the thread like a toy. I hate that thing, she mutters, glancing toward the labyrinth. And maybe I like a good story. He chuckles. You'll get one. And she slips away, leaving him with the key to the maze and a heartbeat he didn't expect to feel. Nice bonus, he thinks, tucking the thread into his belt. But he's not here for her. Not yet. The Minotaur's the prize, and he's itching to take it down. Dawn breaks, and the labyrinth looms, a sprawl of stone and secrets carved into Crete's heart, its walls whispering with the ghosts of the lost. Minos watches, arms crossed, as the 14 are herded to the entrance. Theseus, at the front. Enjoy the meal, the king calls, his laugh echoing off the cliffs. The others tremble. Tears. Prayers. But Theseus stands tall, sword in one hand, thread in the other. See you soon, he says, loud enough for Minos to hear, his grin a dare. The gate slams shut. Darkness swallows them, and the game's on. Inside, it's a nightmare. Twisting corridors, dead ends, the air thick with damp and dread. The others cling to him, their footsteps shaky. But Theseus moves, like he owns it, tying Ariadne's thread to a jutting stone. Stay close, he tells them, voice steady, though his pulse is hammering. The maze twists tighter. Shadows flicker. Walls groan. And then it hits. A roar, deep and guttural, shaking the stone under their feet. There you are, he mutters, sword up, eyes glinting in the dark. The Minotaur's close, its stench, blood, beast, fury, flooding the air, and Theseus feels it, that mix of fear and fire lighting him up. He's not just brave, he's smart, unspooling the thread as he leads the group deeper, marking the path back. No getting lost today, he says, half to himself, half to the kids trailing him. The roar grows, louder, closer, and the walls seem to pulse with it, a heartbeat of doom. Come on, big guy, he whispers, gripping the sword tighter, his grin sharp as the blade. He's got Poseidon's salt in his veins, Aegeus's steel in his spine, and a streak of, I can do this, that's either genius or madness. Maybe both. The labyrinth closes in, stone cold, air heavy, the beast's breath rattling ahead. Theseus pauses, heart pounding, the thread taut in his hand. This is it, he says, voice low but fierce. The others huddling behind him. The Minotaur's shadow looms, horns, bulk, a nightmare given form. And Theseus steps forward, sword raised, ready to fight. Kill or be killed, he thinks, the thrill surging through him, his grin unshaken. Athens hangs in the balance, Ariadne's thread, his lifeline, and he's diving in. Hero, prince, a spark about to clash with a monster. Theseus stands in the heart of the labyrinth, the air thick with the Minotaur's stench. Sweat, blood, and something primal that makes the stone walls shudder. Ariadne's thread trails behind him, a thin lifeline snaking through the dark, while 13 trembling youths huddle close, their breaths shallow against the roar that's closing in. He grips Aegeus's sword, its bronze edge glinting faintly in the gloom, and flashes a grin, half cocky, half crazy. Come on, big guy, he mutters, voice steady despite the hammering in his chest. The Minotaur's here, a monster born of curse and chaos, and Theseus is ready to dance with it, kill or be killed, hero or meet, no in between. The maze twists tighter, corridors narrowing, shadows pooling like ink, and then it bursts into view. The Minotaur, a hulking terror of muscle and horns, half man, half bull, its eyes glowing red in the dark. It's massive, taller than Theseus, by a head, broader than 2 men, its snout snorting steam, hooves scraping stone like thunder. There you are, Theseus says, stepping forward, sword up, the thread taut in his offhand. The beast roars, a sound that rattles his bones, shakes dust from the ceiling, and charges, horns aimed to gore him clean through. The kids scream, ducking back, but Theseus doesn't flinch. He dives. It's fast, faster than something that big should be. And Theseus rolls, the horns missing his chest by a hair, scraping the wall with a screech. Nice try, he shouts, springing up, slashing at its flank. The blade bites, blood sprays, black in the dim, but the Minotaur barely slows, spinning with a bellow that knocks him back a step. Tough one, huh? He pants, dodging another charge, the ground quaking as hooves pound. He's not just strong, he's smart, reading its moves, waiting for an opening. Poseidon's salt keeps him quick, Aegeus's steel keeps him steady, and that spark of pride? It's screaming, I've got this. The fight's a brutal ballet, Stone, blood, sweat, and roars. The Minotaur swings a fist, massive and meaty, and Theseus ducks, the blow shattering a wall beside him. Missed me, he taunts, darting in to stab its thigh, the blade sinking deep. The beast howls, kicking out, and Theseus leaps back, barely dodging a hoof that cracks the floor. Close one, he mutters, grinning through the grit, the thread slipping in his sweaty grip. He's playing it tight, too tight, but he's in the zone. Every move a gamble, every hit a step closer to winning. The others watch, wide-eyed, clinging to the walls as the maze shakes. Stay put, Theseus yells, dodging another lunge. The Minotaur's horns gouging stone where his head was a second ago. It's relentless, rage in its roar, hunger in its eyes. And Theseus feels the weight, the lives, riding on him. No pressure, he thinks, lunging to slash its arm, blood dripping hot and thick. The beast staggers, just a hair, and he sees it, the crack in its armor, the chance he's been waiting for. Time to end this, he growls, heart pounding, sword ready. He feints left, tricks it, makes it turn, and the Minotaur bites, charging with a roar that could wake the dead. Theseus sidesteps, fast as a wave, and leaps onto its back, grabbing a horn with one hand, the sword with the other. Hold still, he grunts, wrestling the thrashing beast, its bulk bucking like a storm-tossed ship. The kids gasp, the walls groan, and he drives the blade down, hard, deep, into the base of its skull. The Minotaur bellows, a sound that splits the air, then stumbles, blood gushing, hooves skidding. Theseus hangs on, twisting the sword, and it falls, crashing to the stone with a thud that echoes through the maze. Silence drops, heavy and sudden, broken only by the drip of blood and his ragged breathing. Theseus slides off, sword slick, chest heaving, and plants a foot on the beast's head. Told you, he pants, grinning at the corpse, then at the wide-eyed youths peering from the shadows. It's done. They stare, awed, shaken, as he yanks the sword free, wiping it on his tunic, the thread still clutched in his fist. The Minotaur's dead, its horns still, its reign over, and Theseus stands tall, a hero, bloody and bruised, but alive. He rewinds the thread, slow and steady, leading the group back through the maze. Keep up, he calls, voice rough but firm, the kids trailing him like ducklings, their fear melting into hope. The walls loom, cold, endless, but the thread's true, Ariadne's gift guiding them out. Smart girl, he mutters, a flicker of something, gratitude, maybe more, crossing his mind. The gate looms ahead, daylight slicing through, and Theseus pushes it open, stepping into Crete's sun with 13 lives behind him, the Minotaur's blood on his hands. Minos waits, his smirk gone, replaced by a scowl that could curdle wine. Impossible, he spits, gold robes glinting, as the crowd murmurs, shock, awe, fear. Theseus strides up, sword still dripping, and tosses a broken horn at the king's feet. Your pet's done, he says, voice sharp, grin sharper. Athens is off your menu. Minos fumes, red-faced, fists clenched, but he's got no play. The labyrinth's empty, the curse broken. The people cheer, hesitant at first, then loud, and Theseus soaks it in, his swagger back full force. Ariadne's there too, slipping through the crowd, her eyes locked on him. Dark, bright, a mix of pride and something deeper. You did it, she says, stepping close, her voice soft, but steady. He grins, wiping sweat from his brow. Told you I would. She hands him a water skin, fingers brushing his again, and there's a moment, electric, unspoken, before he turns to the ship. Time to go, he says, clapping the others on the back, leading them aboard. The black sails flap, the sea calls, and Theseus feels it. Victory, pure and raw, a hero's high he's earned with blood and brains. The ship pulls away, Crete shrinking behind them, Minos' glare a dot on the shore. White sails, Theseus mutters, glancing at Aegeus' signal. But he's too caught up, triumph pumping, the kids chanting his name. We're free, one yells, and he laughs, loud and bold. The thread still tangled in his belt. He's done it, slain the Minotaur, saved Athens, turned a nightmare into a tale. Not bad, he thinks, leaning on the rail, the sea wind in his hair, Poseidon's pulse in his veins. He's a hero now, untouchable, or so he thinks, and the world's about to feel his shine. Theseus stands at the prow of the ship, the sea wind whipping through his hair, the black sails snapping above him as Crete fades into a jagged line on the horizon. He's the hero now, Minotaur slayer, labyrinth breaker, his sword still crusted with the beast's blood, his grin wide enough to light the deck. 13 youths chatter behind him, alive and free, their voices a chorus of relief that echoes over the waves. Ariadne's at his side, her dark eyes glinting with something more than gratitude, her presence a quiet flame beside his roaring fire. We did it, she says, voice soft, and he nods, cocky as ever. Told you I'd win, but victory's a tricky thing, and Theseus is about to show the cracks beneath his shine. Brave, yes, but cold when it suits him. The journey back to Athens starts smooth. The sea's calm, Poseidon's favor humming in the hull, and Theseus is riding high. Athens'll throw a feast, he boasts, leaning on the rail, picturing the cheers, the wine, the crown that's his by right. The kids laugh, slapping his back, calling him the bull killer, and he soaks it in. His swagger dialed up to 11. Ariadne watches, her thread coiled at his belt, a lifeline she gave him, a bond she thought they'd share. You're their hero, she says, stepping closer, her hand brushing his arm. He grins. Everyone's, soon enough. And she smiles, caught in his glow, not seeing the shadow creeping in. They stop at Naxos, a green speck of an island, to rest and resupply. The crew beaches the ship. The kids stretch their legs, and Theseus prowls the shore, restless, his mind already racing ahead to Athens. Ariadne walks with him, barefoot in the sand, her voice light as she talks of Crete, of freedom, of him. You're different, she says, eyes locked on his, and there's a pull there, real, raw, a spark he feels too. Good different, he quips, winking, and she laughs, trusting, falling deeper. He likes her, maybe more than likes, but that hero's high is loud, and Theseus isn't one to carry baggage when glory's calling. Night falls, the crew camps by the fire, and Ariadne sleeps under the stars, her breath soft, her faith in him unshaken. Theseus sits apart, staring at the sea, the white sails Aegeus gave him folded in the hold. She's a princess, he mutters, glancing at her sleeping form. But Athens is mine. His mind spins. Minos won't let this slide. Ariadne's a tie to Crete, a complication he doesn't need. She'll slow me down, he decides, voice low, cold, the logic snapping into place like a trap. He's not cruel, not yet, but he's a hero with a goal, and anything that doesn't fit gets left behind. Dawn creeps in, gray and quiet, and Theseus makes his move. Up, he whispers to the crew, rousing them soft and swift. We sail. Now. They blink, groggy but obey. He's their savior, after all. He doesn't look at Ariadne, doesn't wake her, just signals the ship out. The oars dipping silent into the water. The black sails stay up. He forgets Aegeus' signal, too caught in his own rush, and they slip away, Naxos shrinking as she sleeps on, alone. She'll be fine, he tells himself, gripping the rail, the thread still tangled in his belt, like a ghost he won't face. She's tough, tougher than most. The sea stretches wide, Athens drawing near, and Theseus buries the guilt, if he feels it at all, under layers of triumph. I did what I had to, he mutters, the wind swallowing his words, his grin back as the crew cheers. The kids don't notice her absence, not yet, and he doesn't tell them, keeping his eyes forward, his mind on the throne. Heroes don't drag anchors, he thinks, and it's a lie he believes, a crack in his shine that's starting to show. Ariadne's gone, left on the sand, and Theseus sails on, bold, brilliant, and a little bit broken. Back on Naxos, Ariadne wakes to silence. No ship, no Theseus, just the waves and an empty shore. Theseus, she calls, voice trembling, then sharp with realization. She runs to the water, sees the speck of black sail, and her heart cracks. Betrayal, raw and cold, sinking in like a stone. You coward, she screams, fists clenched, tears cutting tracks through the sand on her face. She gave him the thread, her trust, her spark, and he ditched her, a hero who cuts ties when they tangle. The wind carries her cry, but he's too far to hear, too deep in his own story to care. The ship nears Athens, and disaster strikes. Aegeus watches from the cliffs, old eyes straining for white sails, the signal of life. Black flaps instead, shroud unchanged, and his hope shatters. He's dead, he whispers, the king's heart breaking as he steps to the edge. He leaps, a fall to the sea that's his end, his body swallowed by the waves Poseidon rules. Theseus doesn't see it, doesn't know, not until the ship docks, and the city greets him with wails, not cheers. The king's gone, they cry, and he freezes, the black sails snapping above, like a slap he can't dodge. He steps ashore, sword heavy, the crowd parting, grief, awe, a mix that chokes the air. What happened? He demands, voice rough, and they tell him, Aegeus saw black, thought him lost, and jumped. No, Theseus breathes, the weight crashing down, his grin gone. He's won. Minotaur dead, Athens free. But the cost is steep, a double blow he didn't see coming. Ariadne's abandoned, Aegeus is dead, and Theseus stands there, a hero with blood and blame on his hands. I forgot, he mutters, the white sails untouched, a mistake that's all his. The people rally, slowly, stunned, crowning him king in a haze of mourning and marvel. You saved us, they say, voices cracking, and he nods, forcing that grin back. Had to, he says, but it's hollow, the thread in his belt, a silent jab. He's their savior, their bull killer, but the cracks are wide now. Brave, yes, smart, sure, but arrogant enough to drop what matters, cold enough to sail away. I'm Theseus, he tells himself, climbing the palace steps, the city his. This is my story. But the wind whispers Ariadne's name. Aegeus's fall echoes in the waves, and his shine dims, just a touch. He sits on the throne, sword at his side, the black sails furled, but unforgettable. I did what I had to, he repeats, a mantra to drown the ghosts, his eyes fixed on Athens, his prize, his burden. He's the hero who slew the beast, but he's also the man who left a princess on the sand, who lost a father to his own rush. Onward, he vows, voice firm, the sea humming below, Poseidon's pulse a quiet nudge. Victory's his, messy, costly, real. And Theseus wears it, flaws and all, a king born from triumph and betrayal. Theseus sits on Athens' throne, Aegeus' sword at his side, the weight of a crown settling heavy on his brow. The Minotaur's dead, Crete's grip is broken, but the city's a mess, grieving a king, reeling from years of tribute. And Theseus is the hero, turned ruler, his grin a little sharper, his eyes a little harder. Ariadne's abandonment stings like a ghost he won't name. Aegeus's fall a shadow he can't shake. But he's not dwelling, not Theseus. Time to build something, he declares, voice ringing through the palace, his gaze sweeping Attica's scattered hills beyond the walls. He's smart, he's bold, and he's got a vision. Unite the tribes, forge a nation. But that swagger's still there. A king who thinks he's untouchable. Attica's a patchwork, villages dotting the plains, clans squabbling over land, raiders prowling the edges. This isn't a kingdom, Theseus mutters, pacing the throne room. It's a brawl waiting to happen. He sees the potential, Athens as the heart, the tribes as its muscle, and he's not asking permission. One people, one strength, he vows, slamming the sword's hilt on a table, the sound echoing like a war drum. The council, old men with gray beards and grayer doubts, blinks at him. Ambitious, one says, cautious. Crazy, another grumbles. Theseus grins, both, and strides out, ready to make it real. He starts with charm, rides into villages, sword sheathed, hands open. Join me, he tells the chieftains, his voice smooth but firm. Poseidon's salt, lending it a tidal pull. Athens isn't just a city, it's us, together. Some nod, drawn by his minotaur slaying fame, his easy grin. Others scoff, clutching their spears. We've got our own ways, a grizzled leader snaps, eyeing him like a wolf. Theseus leans in, smile sharp. Your ways won't stop the next raid, or Crete coming back. It's a jab, a truth, and it lands. Slowly, clans bend, lured by his promise of strength, his spark of something bigger. Charm's not enough, though. Some need a harder nudge. A band of holdouts digs in near Marathon. A tough crew with axes and attitude. No king rules us. Their leader spits, barring the road. Theseus doesn't flinch. Fine. No king. Just me. He drops the diplomacy, draws his sword, and charges. Fast and fierce. Poseidon's blood pumping. It's a scrap. Steel clangs. Dust flies. And Theseus fights like he faced the Minotaur, dodging blows, striking smart. He pins the leader, blade to throat, and growls, join or fall. The man yields, panting, and the rest follow. Force backs his words, and Attica starts stitching together. He builds, roads cutting through hills, bridges spanning rivers, Athens swelling as the center. This is ours, he tells the people, standing on a rise, sword raised, the Minotaur's skull a trophy at his feet. They cheer, farmers, smiths, warriors, seeing a future in his fire. He's not just uniting, he's shaping, laying seeds for a golden age with laws, councils, a city that hums with life. I'm making history, he boasts, clapping a mason on the back, his grin wide as the horizon. It's true, he's a king with vision, a hero with grit, but that pride's sharp, a blade that cuts both ways. Raiders test him, bands from the north, smelling weakness in a new king. Theseus meets them head on, sword flashing, leading a ragtag militia from the tribes he's roped in. Let's dance, he quips, diving into the fray, his blade slicing through leather and bone. It's brutal. Blood soaks the dirt, shields splinter, but he's relentless, outsmarting their ambushes, outfighting their best. Run or die, he roars, pinning a raider chief, and they break, scattering like leaves in a storm. The tribes watch, awed, he's one of us. And Attica tightens, a fist around Athens, Theseus its knuckles. The people love him, mostly. He's our bull killer, they chant, raising cups in his name. The roads bustling with trade, the walls rising higher. But whispers grow, quiet, sharp, like thorns underfoot. What about Aegeus? Some mutter, eyes on the sea where the king fell. And that girl, Crete's princess? Ariadne's name drifts, a ghost he won't face, her thread still tangled in his belt. A secret he buries under marble and might. He's a hero, others argue, saved us from the maze. Theseus hears it all, shrugs it off, can't please everyone. But the cracks are there, faint but real. He pushes harder, unites more clans, crushes more threats. His vision a fire that won't dim. Athens isn't just a city, he tells a crowd, voice booming. It's the heart of something great. They roar, caught in his tide, and he feels it. King, hero, a man who's rewriting the map. But that swagger's loud. I'm untouchable, he thinks, striding through the streets. The minotaur's skull gleaming in the palace. It's not arrogance, not full on, but a belief he's above the mess. A king who drops what doesn't fit, just like he dropped her. One night, he stands on the cliffs, the sea below churning with Poseidon's breath. I did it, he mutters, sword in hand, the wind tugging at his cloak. Attica's his, tribes bound, raiders gone, Athens rising, and he's the glue, the spark, the fist that made it happen. Father'd be proud, he says. But Aegeus's fall flashes, black sails, a leap, and he shakes it off, jaw tight. Ariadne's face flickers too, betrayed, alone, and he grips the sword harder, burying it under the cheers, the marble, the might. Onward, he vows, turning back to the city, his legacy. The council watches. Some nod, some frown. He's bold, one says, but reckless. He's ours, another counters. And that's enough. Theseus doesn't care. He's too busy building, fighting, shining. I'm Theseus, he tells himself, climbing the palace steps, the throne his anchor, the skull his crown. He's unified Attica, turned chaos into strength. But the whispers linger, Ariadne's ghost, Aegeus's sea, and his shine's got a shadow, a hero's tale with a flaw he won't see. Athens thrives, roads hum, walls stand, the tribes meld into one. But Theseus stands taller, a king with a spark of God, a man with a streak of pride. This is just the start, he says, eyes on the horizon, the sea whispering below. He's made history, messy, brilliant, real, and he wears it, flaws and all, a unifier who's both savior and storm, ready for whatever's next. Theseus stands atop Athens' highest hill, the city sprawling below him, marble gleaming, roads humming, Attica's tribes forged into one under his iron grip and golden grin. Aegeus' sword rests at his side, notched from battles past, The minotaur's skull, a silent trophy in the palace shadows. He's the hero who slew the beast, the king who unified a land, a spark of Poseidon's salt still coursing through his veins. This is mine, he says, voice carrying over the wind, his eyes sharp with pride. But the tale's not all shine. Ariadne's ghost whispers in the sea breeze. Aegeus's fall stains the cliffs, and Theseus wears it all. A legend with cracks, a hero both brilliant and broken. Athens thrives. Its walls stand tall, its markets bustle. Its people call him Bull Killer, with awe in their voices. He saved us, they say, raising cups in smoky tavernas, their cheers echoing off the stone. He's given them peace. Well, as much peace as a guy like Theseus can muster. Raiders crushed, tribes united, Crete's shadow fading like a bad dream. I told you I'd build something, he boasts, striding through the streets, clapping shoulders, his grin wide as the horizon. He's smart, he's bold, and he's delivered. A king who turned chaos into a kingdom. A hero who carved his name deep. But the whispers linger, soft and sharp, like thorns under a victor's wreath. What about Aegeus? Some mutter, eyes flicking to the sea where the old king leapt. Black sails burned into memory. And that girl, left on the sand, Ariadne's name drifts. A quiet stab he can't dodge. Her thread still tangled in his belt. A relic he won't toss. He's our savior, others argue. Who cares about the rest? Theseus hears it, shrugs it off. Can't win 'em all. But the cracks are there, etched in every triumph. A flaw he wears like armor, he doesn't see rusting. He's not blind, just choosy. I did what I had to, he tells himself, pacing the palace, the throne cool under his hand. The minotaur's skull grins from its perch, a reminder of the maze, dark, deadly, his proving ground. I walked in, I walked out, he mutters, fingers brushing the horns. That's what counts. Ariadne helped, her thread, her spark, but he left her, cold and quick, a hero's cut to keep moving. Aegeus trusted him, his signal, his hope, and he forgot, too caught in his own rush. Mistakes happen, he says, jaw tight, burying it under marble and might. Atticus is proof. Villages linked, roads stretching like veins. Athens, the beating heart. One people, he'd vowed, and he made it real. Charm for some, steel for others. A vision that bent the wild into shape. I'm Theseus, he declares, standing before the council, sword raised, his voice a tide pulling them in. They nod. Most do, seeing a king with brains, a warrior with guts, a man who turned a scattered land into a power. He's ours, they say, and he is, flaws and all, a hero who fights, builds, shines, even when the shine's got a shadow. The sea calls him sometimes, late at night when the city sleeps. He stands on the cliffs, waves crashing below, Poseidon's breath in the air. You're in me, he whispers, half to the god, half to the dark, the sword heavy at his side. It's true, salt in his veins, steel in his spine, a spark that carried him from Trozen to the maze and beyond. I'm not just a king, he thinks. I'm a story. And he is, epic, messy, a tale of triumphs stacked high and costs brushed aside, a man who grabs glory and drops what weighs him down. The people see the hero, mostly. He's the one, kids shout, play fighting with sticks, dreaming of labyrinths and bulls. Saved us from Crete, smiths grunt, hammering iron in his name. But the elders, gray-haired, Sharp-eyed, see more. Brave, sure, one says, voice low, but reckless. Smart, another adds, but cold. Theseus doesn't hear or doesn't care, too busy ruling, too caught in his own light. I'm untouchable, he thinks, striding past. The Minotaur's skull, a crown he doesn't need to wear. He's not wrong, not entirely. The bandits he crushed, the tribes he bound, the beast he felled, they're proof, scars on the land, and his hands that say, he's more than talk. I walked the road, he mutters, tracing a nick on the sword. And I'm still here. Sinis snapped, Skyron chomped, Procrustes fitted. The coast bowed to him before Athens did. The maze broke under his blade. Attica rose under his will, and he stands tall, a king with a spark of God, a hero with a streak of pride that's both fuel and flaw. But the costs pile up, quiet and heavy. Ariadne's face, betrayed, alone, flashes when the wind's right, her thread a jab he can't untangle. She's fine, he tells himself, a lie he half believes, picturing her on Naxos, tougher than he gave her credit for. Aegeus's leap, black sails, a father's trust, hits harder, a wound he can't dodge. I forgot, he admits, once to the sea, voice rough, then shakes it off. Had to keep moving. It's Theseus, smart enough to win, bold enough to fight, cold enough to cut loose, arrogant enough to think it's fine. The years stretch. Athens grows, Attica holds. His legend hardens into stone. I'm Theseus, he says, grinning at his city. The throne his anchor, the skull his echo. He's the hero who braved the maze, the king who forged a nation. Brilliant, flawed, a man who bends the world and breaks what doesn't fit. This is my story, he thinks, the sea whispering below. Poseidon's pulse a quiet nod. It's true, epic, human, a tale of glory and ghosts, a spark that burns bright even with shadows trailing behind. The people chant his name, some with love, some with caution, his deeds carved in songs and stone. He's ours, they say, and he is, savior, unifier, a king who gave them strength and left them scars. Onward, he vows, eyes on the horizon, the waves crashing like applause. The Minotaur's a memory, Ariadne's a whisper, Aegeus a tide. But Theseus stands, sword in hand, grin unshaken, a hero who's both light and shadow, unforgettable either way. In the end, Theseus is Theseus, legend and flaw, triumph and tangle, a man who walked the labyrinth and ruled the land, a spark of God in a mortal frame. I did it, he says, the city glowing below, his voice a promise etched in time. He's not perfect, never was, but he's eternal, a hero who shines through the cracks, a king who builds and breaks, a story that lingers, messy, mighty, his, Achilles' story. Let's plunge into the wild, salt-swept world of Achilles, a kid born with a goddess's spark and a mortal's grit, destined to blaze through battle, like a comet cutting the sky. He's the son of Thetis, a sea nymph with eyes like storms and hair that flows like waves, and Peleus, king of Phthia, a rugged warrior with a jaw carved from stone and a heart tough enough to rule men. He'll be more than us, Thetis whispers at his birth, cradling a squalling bundle with golden curls and a cry that shakes the palace walls. Achilles starts with a divine edge, dipped in the Styx, near invincible, but his heel stays dry, a secret flaw in a flame too bright to last. It all begins in Phthia, a coastal kingdom of cliffs and olive groves, where the sea meets the shore, in a crash that echoes like war drums. Peleus wins Thetis after a chase, gods meddling, Hera scheming, wrestling her through shapes. Serpent, flame, tide. Got you, he grunts, pinning her at last, and she laughs, a sharp, wild sound, yielding to a mortal bold enough to claim her. Their wedding's a spectacle, gods crashing the party, Apollo strumming, Poseidon sloshing wine, but Eris rolls an apple for the fairest, and the seeds of Troy's fall sprout. A war Achilles will ignite. Good start, he might quip later, born 9 months after, a spark from that chaos. Thetis knows fate's dice are loaded, her son's thread short, tied to glory or peace. He'll die young or live quiet, an oracle warns, voice dry as the Styx's banks, and she flinches, her sea-green eyes narrowing. Not if I can help it, she vows, clutching baby Achilles, his tiny fists already swinging. She treks to the underworld river, black, cold, a current that hums with death, holding him by the heel, tipping him deep. Be invincible, she prays, water swirling, his skin hardening like bronze, his cries sharp as a blade. She pulls him out, heel untouched, a mortal mark she doesn't see, and grins, fierce and proud. Good enough, she thinks, a mother forging a god. Peleus watches, tough, weathered, his son kicking in her arms, a spark he can't tame. He's trouble, he mutters, sword at his side, and Thetis smirks. You're trouble too. They raise him in Phethea's halls. Marble cool, spears lining walls. A boy who runs before he walks, chasing waves, wrestling goats. I'm made for war, he boasts by 5, dragging a stick like a sword, his grin sharp as the blade he'll wield. Thetis drills him. Speed, strength, a nymph's grace in his stride, while Peleus teaches steel, thrust, parry, a king's grit in his swing. He's fast, Peleus grunts, dodging a jab, and Thetis nods, faster than you. He grows quick, tall by 10, lean muscle rippling, hair a tangle of gold that catches the sun like a crown. No one'll touch me, he brags, sprinting cliffs, outpacing boys twice his size. His heel-kicking dust no spear can pierce. Thetis watches, fierce, worried, her sea eyes tracing him, knowing glory's price. Love long or shine bright, she tells him one night, fire crackling, her voice soft but steel. He laughs. Shine, easy, and she grips his arm. It's not a game. He pulls free. Sure it is, and I win. Bold, brash, a kid who sees war as a playground, not a grave. Peleus toughens him, sparring dawn to dusk, shields clanging, sweat soaking sand. You're good, he grunts, blocking a strike, but pride'll kill you. Achilles grins, not me, and flips the shield, pinning his father with a laugh. Cocky little. Peleus starts, then chuckles, dusting off. He's mine, all right? Thetis tempers it, teaching him waves, wind, a nymph's dodge no mortal can match. Move like water, she says, dodging his spear, and he mimics, swift, fluid, a blur no blade catches. Got it, he quips, lunging again, her laugh a ripple in the air. Phthia buzzes. He's Peleus' son, Thetis' spark, and kids trail him, awed, scared. He's untouchable, they whisper, watching him hurl a spear, straight, far, splitting a tree. Invincible, he corrects, retrieving it, heel kicking dirt, his grin a dare. Patroclus shows up, dark-haired, steady, a cousin sent to Phthia for safety, a shadow to Achilles' light. You're wild, Patroclus says, dodging a mock swing, And Achilles laughs. Stick with me, you'll see wilder. They bond, fast, fierce. Patroclus grounding him, Achilles lifting him. A pair no wars yet split. Thetis looms, sea eyes sharp, knowing Troy's brewing. A war sparked by that apple. A theft he'll chase. Stay here, she pleads one dusk. Waves crashing, her hands on his shoulders. Safe, long. Choose that. He pulls back. Safe's boring. And grins. I'm for battle, not barns. She sighs. Fate's not kind. But he shrugs. I'll make it mine. Bold, blind, a spark that won't dim. His heel, she thinks. A secret she guards. A flaw she can't fix. Her invincible boy racing toward doom. He trains harder. Spears flying. Shields denting. A warrior no Phthian can touch. I'm ready, he tells Patroclus, twirling a blade, heel-kicking sand, like it's taunting fate. For what? Patroclus asks, and Achilles grins. Everything. Thetis watches, heart tight, pride fierce, her son a flame she can't hold. He'll burn, she whispers, sea lapping her feet, and Peleus nods. Bright, though. Achilles doesn't hear. Too busy running, swinging. A kid who owns the world. His heel a crack no one sees. Phthia shapes him, sea and stone, god and man, a boy who's more than mortal, less than safe. I'm Achilles, he says, spear raised, one heel bare, the other shod, his voice a roar over waves. No one stops me. He's not wrong. Yet his skin sticks hard, his stride a storm, a warrior born to blaze. Troy's coming, Thetis thinks, her sea eyes dark, and he's the spark to light it, a flame too fierce, a heel too frail, a name ready to echo. The years roll, Thea's cliffs his stage, Patroclus his shadow, and Achilles grows, a legend brewing in a boy's bold grin. I'll shine, he vows, spear steady, heel kicking dust, the sea his mirror. He's Dung's Mon, fierce, swift, a warrior no blade can touch, a spark no fate can tame. Bring it on, he thinks, the horizon sharp, war's drum faint in the wind, a leader born of gods and grit, racing toward glory, blind to the thread that'll snap. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis and Peleus, sticks dipped, heel marked, a kid forged for war, with a grin that dares the world. I'm made for this, he says, spear gleaming, Phthia at his back, a warrior bold, proud, a flame racing to burn, etched in blood and song, before he's begun. Achilles strides across Phthya's cliffs, his spear gleaming in the dawn, one sandal laced tight, the other heel bare and kicking dust as the sea roars below. A warrior too restless to sit still, too fierce to stay safe. He's grown into his skin, tall, lean, muscles coiled like a panther's, golden hair whipping in the wind, his grin sharp as the blade he twirls. I'm built for this, he boasts, hurling a spear into a tree, crack, splinter, dead center, while Patroclus trails him, steady and wry, built for trouble. Patroclus mutters, and Achilles laughs. Trouble's my game, but trouble's brewing beyond Phthia's shores, and Troy's calling, a war of pride and plunder that'll light his flame. It starts with a theft. Helen, Sparta's queen, snatched by Paris of Troy, a pretty boy with a smirk and a ship. Idiot, Achilles snorts when the news hits, lounging in Pythia's hall, spear across his knees. Menelaus, her husband, rages. Agamemnon, his brother, rallies kings, and emissaries sail to every corner, summoning warriors. They want me, Achilles says, grinning at Patroclus, his heel tapping marble as Thetis watches, sea eyes dark, hands clenched. Stay, she pleads, voice sharp over the waves. This war's a grave. He stands. Graves are for others. And she grips his arm. Your fate's short there. He pulls free. Then I'll shine bright. Bold. Blind. A spark chasing fire. Agamemnon's call lands. Ships massing. A fleet to crack Troy's walls. And Achilles leaps. Let's burn it down, he says, rallying the Myrmidons, Phtheia's black-clad warriors, fierce as ants, loyal to their prince. You're with me? He asks, spear raised. And they roar, always. Shields clanging, a storm brewing in their eyes. Patroclus steps up. I'm in. Dark hair tied, spear steady. A tether to Achilles' wild. Don't get cocky, he teases, and Achilles laughs. Cocky wins. Armor gleaming, his heel kicking sand as they board. Black ships cutting waves like knives. The fleet sails. 50 ships from Phthia, a sea of oars and sails. Agamemnon's banner flapping high. Big shot, Achilles mutters. Leaning on the prow, one sandal off, barefoot tapping the deck as wind salts his face. Patroclus joins, he's king of kings. And Achilles smirks, not my king. He's no pawn, invincible, untamed, a warrior who bows to no one. His Myrmidons, a blade he wields alone. Troy's ours, he says, spear tracing the horizon, the sea humming with war's pulse, a spark ready to blaze. They hit Troy's beach, sand gold, waves red, a wall of ships disgorging men, the Trojans waiting with spears and stone. First blood's mine, Achilles vows, leaping ashore, armor blazing, shield up, his Myrmidons fanning out. A black tide, no wall can hold. He charges, swift, fierce, a spear through a Trojan's chest, blood spraying as he spins, blade slashing another down. Too easy, he shouts, grinning wild, heel kicking dirt. His skin sticks hard, no arrow touching him. Patroclus fights close, steady, sharp, covering his flank, a shadow to his light. Slow down, he yells, and Achilles laughs. Catch up. The Trojans buckle. Achilles a whirlwind, spear singing, armor a flash of gold and black. He's a god, they whisper, retreating, shields splintering under his swing. Close enough, he quips, yanking his spear free, blood dripping as the Myrmidons carve a path. Fierce, fast, a storm no army stops. Agamemnon watches, high on a dune, gold gleaming, and grunts. Good dog, thinking him leashed. Not your pet, Achilles mutters, cutting down a captain, heel untouched, his pride a blade sharper than steel. Days blur, raids on Trojan allies, villages torched, loot piling high. This is war, Achilles says, standing over a burning camp, spear red, grin wild, Patroclus at his side, quieter but firm. This is chaos, Patroclus counters, wiping blood from his blade, and Achilles shrugs. Chaos I win. He's unstoppable. Arrows bounce, swords snap, his heel kicking ash as he strides. A warrior, no fates yet caught. They'll sing this, he tells Patroclus. Firelight glinting off his armor, and Patroclus nods. They'll sing you. A spark burning too bright to see the dark. The Greeks' camp, tents sprawling, fires crackling. Achilles pacing, spear in hand, his Myrmidons a wall around him. Troy's walls next, he says. One sandal off, barefoot tracing sand, the city's towers a taunt in the distance. Big prize, Patroclus muses, and Achilles grins. Biggest. He's not here for Helen, not Agamemnon's pawn, but for glory, a name no war forgets. Hector's out there, he mutters. Trojan prince, a shadow he'll chase. His heel a secret still safe. His flame a dare to fate. Thetis visits, sea mist curling. Her voice a tide over the camp. Go home, she begs, hands cold on his face. This ends you. He pulls back, ends me shining, and her eyes darken. Foolish boy. He laughs. Foolish wins. Spear steady, heel kicking dirt. A warrior who'd rather burn than fade. I can't stop him, she thinks. Waves lapping her feet, her invincible son racing to doom. Patroclus, watch him, she whispers, vanishing, and Patroclus nods. Always. A tether. Achilles doesn't see fraying. War grinds. Greeks push, Trojans hold, and Achilles shines. A blade no army dulls. I'm Achilles, he roars, spear piercing a line, blood, dust, a cheer from his men, heel untouched, pride blazing. No one's better, he tells Patroclus, wiping sweat, his grin a taunt to gods and men. Maybe, Patroclus says, smirking, but don't trip. Achilles laughs. Trip? Me? Bold, brash, a spark that owns the field, a warrior, no spears yet stopped. Troy looms, walls high, Hector's shadow sharp, and Achilles feels it, a pull he can't shake. They'll beg me, he says, one sandal laced, barefoot tapping, the sea his mirror. For what? Patroclus asks, and Achilles grins. Everything. He's Dungmun, fierce, swift. A storm no shield blocks, a flame no fates dimmed. This is my war, he thinks, spear raised. The Myrmidons at his back, a leader born to burn, blind to the thread that'll snap. The camp buzzes, he's untouchable, and Achilles soaks it, spear twirling, heel kicking sand. Troy's mine, he vows, armor gleaming, Patroclus his anchor, the sea his song. He's not just a warrior, he's a spark, a flame racing to glory, a name no war's yet broken. Bring it on, he mutters. The horizon red, war's drum loud in his ears. A prince forged in Phthia, sharpened by will, sailing to fate with a grin and a swing. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis, sticks dipped, heel marked, storming Troy's beach with a spear and a roar. Let's make it loud, he says. Myrmidons tight, Patroclus close, a warrior bold, proud, a flame cutting the dark, etched in blood and sand before the fall. Achilles lounges by a Troy's shore, one sandal tossed aside, his bare heel digging into the sand as waves crash like they're cheering his name. His spear rests across his knees, blood-crusted, gleaming, his armor a pile of gold and black beside him. The Myrmidons camp, a hum of a fire, and steel behind. I'm the best they've got, he mutters, grinning at Patroclus, who's sharpening a blade nearby, steady as ever. Best at bragging, Patroclus shoots back, smirking, and Achilles laughs, a sharp, wild sound that bounces off the cliffs. But pride's a spark, and Agamemnon's about to douse it with oil. A king's greed clashing with a warrior's fire, igniting a wrath that'll shake the war. The Greeks hold the beach, tents sprawling, ships creaking, 9 years grinding against Troy's walls. Hector's shadow looming large. Achilles has carved a legend. Raids blazing, Trojans fleeing, his spear a blur. No shield stops. They run when they see me, he boasts, kicking a pebble into the surf, his heel unmarked. His skin sticks hard. Patroclus nods. They should, but his eyes flick to the camp, where Agamemnon struts, gold heavy, voice loud, claiming spoils like a vulture. He's trouble, Patroclus mutters, and Achilles shrugs. Not my trouble. Blind to the storm brewing. It starts with Briseis, a captive from a razed town, dark-eyed, fierce, a prize Achilles claims. She's mine, he says, leading her to his tent. Her glare sharp, but her step steady beside him. You're a brute, she snaps, and he grins. A winning brute, his heel kicking dust, his charm half forced, half real. Agamemnon sees, king of kings, greed glinting, and calls a council, his voice booming over the fires. Spoils are mine to divide, he declares. Gold dripping, eyes on Briseis. Hand her over, Achilles. She's too fine for you. Achilles storms in, armor blazing, spear up. One sandal slapping sand, bare foot planted firm. She's mine, he snarls, voice cutting through the murmurs. Myrmidons bristling at his back. Agamemnon leans forward. I'm king. And Achilles laughs, cold and sharp. Not my king. The air crackles. Pride against pride. Kings staring down a warrior. No blade touches. You fight for me, Agamemnon growls, and Achilles steps closer. I fight for me. His heel a secret, his rage a blade. Take her, Agamemnon orders, guards moving, and Achilles freezes, fury boiling, a spark catching flame. He doesn't swing, not yet, hand gripping his spear, eyes burning gold. You'll regret this, he hisses, letting Briseis go, her glare at Agamemnon sharper than his own. But he turns, storming out, sand flying under his heel. Fight your own war, he spits, voice echoing. Myrmidons following. A black tide, pulling back. Patroclus catches him. You're letting him win. And Achilles rounds. He's nothing without me. Rage trembling. A warrior too proud to bend. They'll beg me back, he growls. Tent flaps snapping as he stalks in, spear slamming into the ground. He sulks, days blurring, see his mirror, armor piled, spear idle, his heel kicking sand in rhythm with his wrath. He took what's mine, he mutters, pacing, Patroclus watching, steady, worried. You're too much, Patroclus says, tossing him bread, and Achilles catches it. Too much wins. But the Greeks falter. Trojans press, Hector's spear flashing, Agamemnon's lines cracking, without Achilles' storm. Let him bleed, he says, grinning bitter. His pride a wall, no plea breaches. His flame a smolder, waiting to flare. The camp buzzes. He's out. And Agamemnon fumes, gold clanking as he paces. He'll crawl back, he boasts. Briseis silent at his side, her eyes on the sea where Achilles broods. He won't, she thinks, a spark of defiance he'd admire. But Achilles doesn't see, too busy raging, too proud to care. They're dying, Patroclus says one dusk. Fires low, Trojans close, and Achilles shrugs. Their mess, heel tracing circles, his wrath a shield no guilt pierces. You're their edge, Patroclus presses, and Achilles grins. They lost it. Thetis visits, mist curling, sea eyes sharp, standing by his tent, her voice a tide. Go home, she begs, hands cold on his face. This war's your doom. He pulls back, dooms for others, and her gaze hardens. Not with him against you. He laughs. Agamemnon's a fly. Spear steady, heel kicking sand. A warrior who'd rather burn than bow. Your fate's short here, she warns, and he grins. Then I'll shine bright, bold, blind, a spark chasing fire. I can't stop him, she thinks, vanishing, waves lapping her grief. Her invincible boy lost to pride. Days stretch, Greeks bleed, Trojans surge, and Achilles watches, one sandal off, barefoot tapping, his myrmidons restless. They'll come, he says, spear propped, Patroclus sharpening blades beside him. For what? Patroclus asks, and Achilles smirks. Me, his heel a secret, his rage a drum. Hector's out there, he mutters, Troy's prince a shadow he'll face, a spark he'll snuff when wrath turns flame. Let him wait, he adds, grinning bitter. Fierce, proud, a warrior no plea sways. The war grinds, Greeks falter, Agamemnon's gold no shield, and Achilles broods, his tent a fortress, his heel kicking sand like a taunt. I'm Achilles, he growls, spear twirling, Patroclus his anchor, the sea his song. No one takes what's mine. He's not wrong. Yet, his skin untouchable, his pride a blade, no king dulls. They'll beg, he thinks, armor piled, wrath simmering, a flame too fierce, a heel too frail, a name no wars yet broken. Troy looms, walls high, Hector's spear sharp, and Achilles feels it, a pull he smothers. I'm their storm, he mutters, one sandal laced, barefoot tracing sand. The camp's cries faint in his ears. You're their fool, Patroclus says, smirking, and Achilles laughs. Fool who wins. Bold, brash, a spark owning the dark. This is my war, he thinks. Spear steady, Myrmidon silent, a leader born to burn. Blind to the thread fraying, the beach hums. He's invincible. And Achilles soaks it, spear glinting, heel kicking sand. Troy's mine, he vows, Patroclus close. The sea his mirror, fierce, swift, a storm no shield blocks. He's not just a warrior, he's a flame racing to glory, a name no wars dimmed. Let him bleed, he mutters, the horizon red. War's drum loud, a prince forged in Phthia, sharpened by rage, swinging toward fate with a grin and a growl. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis, sticks dipped, heel marked, sulking by Troy's shore with his spear and a snarl. They'll need me, he says, Myrmidons tight, Patroclus steady, a warrior bold, proud, a flame smoldering dark, etched in sand and wrath before the fall. Achilles sprawls by his tent on Troy's shore, one sandal kicked off, his bare heel tracing lines in the sand as the sea growls beyond. A warrior simmering in his own wrath, armor untouched, spear propped like a taunt. The Greek camp hums with panic, fires low, cries sharp. Trojans pressing hard, Hector's spear cutting through like a scythe. They're dying, Patroclus says, pacing nearby, his dark eyes flicking to the battle's din, his blade restless in his grip. Achilles grins, bitter, sharp. Good. Let Agamemnon choke on it. His heel kicking sand, pride a wall no plea can crack. But fate's a blade, and Patroclus's fall will slice through, turning a smolder into an inferno. Days drag, the Greeks bleed, Agamemnon's gold, no shield. Hector's Trojans, storming closer, their cheers a thorn in Achilles' side. They'll beg, he mutters, sprawled on a rug, one sandal dangling from his hand, barefoot tapping a rhythm of rage. Patroclus stops. They're begging now, pointing to the horizon, smoke curling, ships burning, not my fight. Achilles snaps, spear idle, his skin sticks hard, but his heart locked tight. You're their edge, Patroclus presses, voice steady, and Achilles laughs. They lost it when he took her. Perseus' name unspoken, a spark fueling his fire. The camp's a mess. Wounded limp in, Agamemnon fumes, messengers darting, police piling up. Come back, Odysseus begs, sly and sharp, standing at Achilles' tent. We're done without you. Achilles leans forward. Tell your king to shove it. Heel kicking sand, grin cold. Hector's carving us up, Odysseus warns, and Achilles shrugs. Not my problem, pride blazing, a warrior too fierce to bend. Patroclus watches, quiet, tense. You're killing us staying here. And Achilles rounds. They killed me first. Rage's shield, his heel a secret no one knows. Night falls. Fires flicker. Trojans close. And Patroclus kneels, hands on Achilles' shoulders. Let me fight, he pleads, voice low, eyes fierce. They're breaking. Achilles blinks. You? And Patroclus nods. In your armor. They'll think it's you. Scare 'em off. Achilles hesitates. Pride warring, heart tugging, then grins. Fine, wear it. Don't die. He claps Patroclus' back. Show him my shadow. One sandal off, barefoot steady, handing over his gear. Gold, black, a god's skin. Be quick, he adds. Spear propped, a spark trusting his tether. Patroclus dons it, armor gleaming, shield up. Achilles' helm shadowing his face, a mirror of his friend. Look good? He asks, twirling a spear, and Achilles laughs. Close enough. Heel kicking sand, pride softening for a breath. Push him back, he orders, leaning by the tent. Then get back here. Patroclus nods, always, and charges out, myrmidons roaring behind, a black tide with a borrowed flame. He's got this, Achilles mutters, watching the dust rise, barefoot tapping. A warrior sidelined, a spark waiting. The field erupts. Patroclus storms in, Achilles' armor a beacon, spear flashing, Trojans scattering. He's back, they yell, fear spiking, Hector squinting from the walls. That's my boy, Achilles thinks, grinning from the shore, heel tracing sand as Patroclus cuts through. Bold, fierce, a shadow wielding his name. He's good, swift, sharp, driving the Trojans off the ships. Blood soaking the dust. Myrmidons a storm at his back. Told you, Achilles mutters, pride swelling, barefoot steady, a spark burning through another's swing. But Hector moves, bronze gleaming, spear steady, a prince who smells a fake. That's not him, he growls, stepping out, Trojans rallying as Patroclus pushes too far. Get back, Achilles whispers, unseen, a chill creeping, heel kicking sand harder. But Patroclus doesn't hear. Too deep, too bold. Hector charges, spear arcing, a flash of steel, and finds Patroclus' chest, piercing through borrowed gold, blood spraying as he falls. No, Achilles roars, tent shaking, spear snatched, news hitting like a blade, his heel untouched but his heart ripped wide. He bolts, barefoot, wild, sand flying, myrmidons parting as he reaches the field. Patroclus sprawled, armor dented, eyes dim. You idiot, Achilles chokes, dropping beside him, hands on his face, cold, still. A tether snapped. I told you, he whispers, rage boiling, tears cutting through dust, heel kicking dirt, pride ash. Hector's mine, he vows, voice a growl, spear up, fury swallowing grief, a warrior unleashed, a flame turned inferno. You're gone, he mutters, standing, Patroclus' blood on his hands. A spark breaking, a storm waking. The camp freezes. He's dead. And Achilles paces, barefoot, wild, one sandal forgotten, spear trembling. I'll kill him, he snarls. Myrmidon silent, Agamemnon gaping from his tent. Hector's head, he says, voice steel, rage a blade no shield blocks, his heel secret fates yet to touch. You didn't have to, he thinks. Patroclus' face burned in, steady, loyal. A loss no war repays. They'll pay, he growls, armor snatched. Gold, black, a god's skin. Pride drowned, wrath rising. Thetis appears, mist curling, sea eyes wet, standing by the waves, her voice a tide. He's gone, she says, hands cold on his face. Stop this. He pulls back. Not till Hector's dust, and her gaze darkens. Your fate's tied, he laughs. Raw, sharp, let it tie. Spear steady, heel kicking sand. A warrior who'd burn the world for this. I can't save him, she thinks, vanishing, waves lapping grief. Her invincible boy lost to rage, a flame racing to doom. Troy looms, walls high, Hector's shadow sharp, and Achilles feels it. Wrath a drum, a pull he can't dodge. He's mine, he mutters, one sandal lost, barefoot tracing blood. Patroclus' ghost, a weight he carries. You're too much, he'd said, and Achilles grins. Bitter, fierce. Too much ends this. Spear raised, Myrmidons tight. A storm no wall holds. I'm Achilles, he roars. Armor blazing, heel untouched, rage untamed. A warrior no spears stopped. A flame no fates dimmed. The beach trembles. He's coming? And Achilles moves. Spear glinting, heel kicking sand. Patroclus' loss afire. No sea quenches. Hector's dead, he vows. Myrmidons a tide. The camp's cries fuel. Fierce, swift. A storm no shield blocks. He's not just a warrior. He's a spark turned inferno. A name no war forgets. For you, he whispers. Patroclus' face, the horizon red. War's drum loud. A prince forged in Phthia. Broken by loss. Swinging to fate with a snarl and a swing. So, here he is. Achilles, son of Thetis. Sticks dipped, heel marked. Raging by Troy's shore. With a spear and a scream. Hector's mine, he says. Myrmidons fierce. Patroclus gone. A warrior bold, proud, a flame, blazing dark, etched in blood and grief before the kill. Achilles stands on Troy's blood-soaked plains, one sandal strapped tight, his bare heel grinding into the dirt, as dawn paints the sky red. A warrior forged in rage, armor gleaming gold and black, spear hungry in his grip. Patroclus' death burns in his chest, raw, sharp, flame that swallowed pride and spit out vengeance. Hector's mine, he growls, voice a low thunder, his myrmidons a black storm at his back, shields clanging as they march. Troy's walls loom, high, unyielding, and Hector waits, a prince doomed by fate, a target for a spark turned inferno. Face me, Achilles bellows, spear raised, heel untouched, wrath untamed, a warrior racing to kill or die. The camp's alive, Greeks cheering, Agamemnon silent, Achilles' return, a tide no king can claim. He's back, Odysseus mutters, sly eyes glinting, and Briseis watches, dark gaze fierce, from Agamemnon's tent, her heart a knot he'll never untie. For Patroclus, Achilles whispers, striding past, one sandal slapping dust, barefoot steady, spear twirling, a blade no war dulls. Hector's head, he vows, Myrmidons fanning out, a storm no wall holds, a spark no fate dims, his heel a secret still safe, his rage a roar over the plains. Troy stirs, gates creaking, Trojans peering, Hector stepping out, bronze gleaming, spear steady, a prince who knows his threads cut. He's coming, Priam murmurs from the walls, old hands trembling, Andromache clutching their son, eyes wet, voice gone. Hector nods. I'll face him, bold, calm, a warrior who'd rather die proud than hide. Achilles, he calls, voice ringing, and Achilles grins, wild, sharp, about time. Spear up, heel kicking dirt. A spark, meeting steel. For Patroclus, he mutters, charging, swift, fierce. A storm no shield stops. They clash, steel screaming, dust rising. Hector's spear arcing, Achilles dodging, his stick's hard skin a wall No blade breaches. You killed him! Achilles roars, spear thrusting, fast, fierce. Hector parrying, bronze clanging as sweat beads. He fought well. Hector grunts, lunging low, and Achilles twists. Not well enough. Spear slashing, a nick on Hector's arm, blood dripping. Too slow. Achilles taunts, heel kicking dust, his grin a blade. Invincible, untamed, a warrior who owns the fight. The duel spins. Hector steady, Achilles a blur, spear against spear, shield denting shield. Trojans gasping from the walls. He's good, Achilles thinks, dodging a thrust. Hector's skill a match, his calm a thorn, but rage fuels him. A spark no prince outshines. Patroclus bled here, he snarls, spear arcing, high, sharp, crashing Hector's shield, splitting wood. Your turn, he spits, lunging, spear piercing Hector's throat, blood spraying as the prince staggers, bronze dulling, eyes dimming. A warrior felled by a flame too fierce. Hector falls, dust billowing, a gasp from Troy. Achilles standing over, spear red, heel kicking dirt. For Patroclus, he growls, yanking the blade free, blood pooling, Hector's breath gone. A prince turned prey, a spark turned storm. You're done, he mutters, rage unquenched, pride, ash, grief a fire. No kill cools. He ties Hector's ankles, ropes tight, chariot ready, and drags him. Dust swirling, Trojans wailing, heel kicking sand, a warrior defiling death. Feel this, he thinks, Patroclus' ghost await, invincible, unbroken, a flame burning dark. The Greeks cheer, wild, raw. Myrmidons roaring as Achilles rides, Hector's body bouncing behind. Dust, blood, a trail of vengeance. He's ours, they shout. Spears up, and Agamemnon watches, gold clanking, jaw tight, knowing he's no leash. Mad dog, he mutters, but Achilles doesn't hear. Spear raised, heel steady, one sandal bold, barefoot scarred, a spark, no king tames. Hector's mine, he says, circling the camp, rage a drum, grief a whip. A warrior who's won but lost. Troy mourns, Priam keening, Andromache breaking. Hector's corpse a smear on the plains. A prince, no wall saved. He fought. Priam chokes, hands clawing stone, and Achilles feels it, faint, deep, a tug he smothers. Not enough, he mutters, spear propped, barefoot tapping. Patroclus' blood a stain he'll never wash. I avenged him, he thinks, armor gleaming, heel untouched, wrath a shield, a spark burning too bright to see the cost. Thetis watches, sea mist curling, eyes wet, standing by the waves. Her voice a tide. Stop, she pleads, hands on his face, cold, trembling. This buries you. He pulls back. It buries him. Spear steady, heel kicking sand. Reg a blade no mother dulls. Your fate's here, she warns. Short, sharp, and he grins. Then I'll shine. Bold, blind, a warrior who'd burn the world for this. He's lost, she thinks, vanishing. Waves lapping grief. Her invincible boy, a flame, racing to doom. Night falls, fires crackle, Trojans wail, and Achilles paces, barefoot, wild, one sandal tossed, spear trembling. He's dead, he mutters. Hector's blood on his hands, Patroclus' ghost in his ears. A spark breaking, a storm raging. I'm Achilles, he growls, armor blazing, heel kicking dust. A warrior, no spear stopped. A name, no war forget. They'll sing this, he thinks. Rage a song, grief a verse. A flame too fierce, a heel too frail, a spark owning the dark. The camp hums. He killed Hector, and Achilles stands. Spear glinting, barefoot tracing sand. Patroclus' loss a fire no kill quenches. Troy's next, he vows. Myrmidon's tight, the plains his stage. Fierce, swift, a storm, no wall holds. I'm their edge, he mutters. One sandal bold, heel steady. A warrior no fates dimmed. A spark, turned inferno. For you, he whispers. Patroclus' face, the horizon red. War's drum loud, a prince forged in Phthia, sharpened by grief, swinging to fate with a snarl and a spear. The plains stretch. Blood, dust, Hector's trail, and Achilles feels it. Wrath a pulse, a pull he can't dodge. He paid, he mutters, spear steady, barefoot tapping. Rage a shield no peace pierces. Too much, Patroclus had said, and Achilles grins, bitter, fierce. Too much wins. Armor gleaming, Myrmidons a tide. A storm no shield blocks. I'm untouchable, he thinks. Heel kicking dirt, spear raised. A warrior born to burn, blind to the thread snapping. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis, sticks dipped, heel marked, standing over Hector's corpse with a spear and a roar. Patroclus avenged, he says. Myrmidons fierce, Troy trembling. A warrior bold, proud, a flame blazing dark, etched in blood and dust before the fall. Achilles stands by his tent on Troy's shore, one sandal dangling from his hand, his bare heel grinding sand into the earth as dusk bleeds red over the plains. Hector's corpse, a battered heap, nearby, dragged raw by his chariot. A trophy of rage that's starting to sour. His spear leans against a post, blood-crusted still, armor glinting gold and black, but his grin's gone, replaced by a scowl that cuts deeper than steel. I got him, he mutters, voice rough. Patroclus' ghost, a weight no kill lifts, his heel untouched, wrath of fire that's burned too long. Vengeance won, but peace slips. Fate's thread tightens, a warrior's flame flickering toward its end. The Greek camp buzzes, Myrmidons quiet, Greeks murmuring, Hector's death a cheer that fades fast. He's a storm, Odysseus says, watching Achilles pace, spear in hand, barefoot tapping, rage a drum no victory mutes. A storm that's lost its wind, Briseis thinks, dark eyes tracing him from Agamemnon's tent. Her silence a blade he doesn't feel. Patroclus avenged, he growls, kicking Hector's body. Dust puffing, flies buzzing, a spark smoldering in grief, pride ash in his throat. Worth it? He wonders, heel kicking sand, invincible, unbroken, but hollow. A warrior who's paid too much. Troy mourns, wails rising, walls trembling. Priam's voice, a crack over the ramparts. Andromache sobs, a knife in the dusk. Give him back. Achilles hears, faint through the wind, Hector's kin begging, and he snarls, he doesn't deserve it. Spear steady, barefoot tracing sand. Rage a shield, no plea pierces. He killed him, he mutters. Patroclus' face, blood-soaked, driving him still. A spark no corpse cools. Let him weep, he thinks. Heel kicking dirt, armor gleaming. A warrior, too fierce to bend, too blind to see. Days drag, he drags Hector. Chariot wheels grinding, dust swirling. Trojans watching, Greeks wincing. Enough, Patroclus whispers. Ghostly, faint, brushing his dreams. A tug he shakes off. Not yet. Achilles growls. Barefoot, wild. One sandal tossed, spear slashing air. Rage a song, no sleep quiets. I avenged you, he mutters. Tent dark, fires low. Patroclus' loss, a weight, no vengeance lifts. He's gone, he thinks. Heel steady, wrath a tide. A spark burning dark. A warrior too proud to stop. Priam comes, night cloaking, old bones trembling. slipping past guards, kneeling at Achilles' feet. Give me my son, he pleads. Voice cracked, hands shaking, tears cutting dust as he grips Achilles' knees. You've got yours, Achilles snaps. Spear up, heel kicking sand. Rage flaring, a spark ready to strike. I had mine. Priam chokes. Hector. And Achilles freezes. Patroclus' face flashing. Steady. Loyal. A tether snapped. Take him, he says. Voice breaking. Spear dropping. One sandal off. Barefoot still. A warrior softening. A flame bending. He hands Hector over. Body washed. Wrapped. Priam's hands trembling. A king humbled by a killer. You're a father, Priam whispers. And Achilles nods. Was. Patroclus' ghost a shadow between. Heel untouched. Grief a blade. No stick shields. Go, he says. Rough, low. Watching Priam leave, dust settling, Trojans keening, a spark dimming. A warrior who's won but lost. I gave him back, he thinks. Spear propped, barefoot tapping, rage cooling, pride a husk he can't fill. Thetis appears, sea mist curling, eyes wet, standing by the waves, her voice a tide. You're breaking, she says, hands cold on his face, tears salting her cheeks as she grips him. I'm fine, he growls, pulling back, spear steady, heel kicking sand, wrath a shield, no mother cracks. Your fate's close, she warns, short, sharp, Hector's, just the start. He grins, bitter, fierce. Then I'll shine, bold, blind, a warrior racing to doom. He's gone, she thinks, vanishing, waves lapping, her invincible boy, a flame flickering out. Achilles fights on, days blur, Trojans fall, spear flashing, armor blazing, heel kicking dust as he storms. Troy's mine, he mutters. Myrmidon's a tide, Greeks rallying. A spark no arrow touches, a warrior, no wall stops. Hector's dead, he tells himself. Spear red, grin thin, Patroclus' loss, a fire no kill quenches. I'm their edge, he thinks. One sandal bold, barefoot scarred. A flame too fierce, a heel too frail, a spark owning the field. They'll sing this, he vows. Rage a verse, grief a chorus, a name no war forgets. The camp shifts, Greeks press, Trojans reel. Achilles a storm, no army dulls. Spear piercing, heel steady. He's unstoppable, they whisper. Myrmidons roaring, Agamemnon watching, gold clanking, jaw tight. A king who knows he's no leash. Patroclus paid, Achilles mutters, barefoot, wild, spear twirling, sand flying, a spark burning too bright to see the thread. I'll end it, he thinks. Troy's walls a taunt, a prize he'll crack, a warrior born to burn, blind to the snap. Priam's plea lingers. You got yours. And Achilles feels it, faint, deep, a tug he buries. Not enough, he growls. Spear steady, heel kicking sand. Rage a drum no peace mutes. I'm Achilles, he roars. Armor gleaming, heel untouched, wrath untamed. A warrior no spears stopped, a flame no fates dimmed. They'll beg, he thinks. One sandal off, barefoot tracing sand, a spark too fierce, a warrior too proud. Patroclus' ghost, a chain he drags. The plains stretch, blood, dust, Hector's grave, and Achilles paces, spear glinting, barefoot tapping, war's drum loud in his ears. I avenged him, he mutters. Myrmidon's tight, the camp's cries fuel. A storm no shield blocks. Too much, Patroclus had said, and Achilles grins, bitter, sharp. Too much shines. Spear raised, heel kicking dirt. A warrior no fates caught, a spark turned inferno. Troy's next, he vows. Armor blazing, plains his stage. A flame racing to glory. a heel, racing to doom. The beach hums. He's their god. And Achilles stands, spear steady, bare foot tracing sand. Patroclus' loss, a fire no sea cools. I'm untouchable, he thinks, heel kicking dust, myrmidons a tide, a warrior born to burn, a name no war dims. For you, he whispers. Patroclus' face, the horizon red, a prince forged in Phthia, broken by grief, swinging to fate with a snarl and a spear, bold, proud, a flame flickering dark before the fall. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis, sticks dipped, heel marked, brooding by Troy's shore, with a spear and a scowl. Hector's paid, he says, Myrmidons fierce, Troy trembling, a warrior invincible, grieving, a spark etched in blood and sand, racing to the end. Achilles strides across Troy's plains, one sandal laced tight, his bare heel kicking dust as the sun climbs. A warrior clad in gold and black, spear steady, armor dented but gleaming, a flame that's burned too bright too long. Patroclus' ghost clings, faint, fierce, a weight no vengeance lifts, Hector's blood a stain no sea washes clean. I'm their storm, he mutters, voice rough, Myrmidons a black tide at his back, Troy's walls a taunt he'll crack or die facing. His heel, untouched, frail, carries him forward. A spark, racing to doom. A legend forged in blood and pride, etched in sand before the fall. The Greeks press. Ship safe, line strong. Achilles' wrath a blade. No Trojan blunts. Hector's gone, he growls, spear piercing a line. Blood spraying, dust rising. His heel steady, his skin sticks hard. Troy's next, he thinks. Myrmidons roaring, Agamemnon watching, gold clanking, jaw tight, a king who knows he's no leash. I'm their edge, Achilles mutters. Barefoot tapping, spear twirling, a spark no arrow catches, a warrior no fates dimmed. They'll sing this, he vows, rage a song, grief a verse, a name no war forgets. Troy fights, walls high, archers sharp, Paris pacing the ramparts, bow notched, a prince who's lost a brother and gained a grudge. He's a god, Trojans whisper. Achilles a blur below, spear flashing, heel kicking dirt, a storm no shield holds. Close enough, he quips, grinning wild, dodging shafts, cutting down men, invincible, untamed, a warrior too fierce to bow. Patroclus paid, he thinks, spear red, heel steady, spark burning dark, a flame racing to its end. Thetis warns, sea mist curling, eyes dark, standing by his tent, her voice a tide. It's here, she says, hands cold on his face. Your fate. He pulls back. Good. Spear steady, heel kicking sand. Rage a shield no mother cracks. An arrow, she whispers. Sharp, low. Your heel. He laughs. Let it try. Bold, blind. A warrior who'd burn the world for this. I can't stop him, she thinks. Vanishing, waves lapping. Her invincible boy, a flame snuffed by prophecy. A spark she can't save. Days blur. Achilles fights. Spear piercing, armor blazing, heel kicking dust as Trojans fall. I'm Achilles, he roars. Myrmidons a storm, rage a drum, grief a whip. A warrior, no spears stopped, a name no war dulls. Troy's mine, he mutters, barefoot tracing sand. Plains his stage. A spark too fierce, a heel too frail. Patroclus' loss, a fire no kill cools. They'll beg, he thinks, one sandal bold, barefoot scarred. A warrior born to burn, blind to the snap. Paris strikes, high on the wall, bow taut, Apollo's hand guiding, a golden shaft notched. For Hector, he whispers, eyes sharp, arrow loosed, a streak Achilles doesn't see, too deep in the fray. Spear flashing, heel kicking dirt. It hits, swift, silent, piercing his heel. The Styx's gap, blood blooming as he staggers. Spear dropping, dust puffing. A warrior felled by a prince's grudge. Got me, he gasps, grinning faint, falling slow, blood pooling, heel breached, invincibility ash. The Greeks freeze. He's down. Myrmidons rushing, shields up, a wall around their flame. Agamemnon gaping, Odysseus cursing. No, Briseis breathes. Dark eyes wet from the camp, a spark she'd cursed but cared. I burned bright, Achilles thinks, hands clawing sand, Patroclus' name on his lips, heel red, life fading, a warrior trading glory for dust. Worth it, he mutters, spear at his side, barefoot still, a spark snuffed, a flame etched eternal. Troy cheers, walls trembling, Paris pale, Apollo's grin a shadow over the bow. He's dead. Priam chokes. Relief. Grief. Andromache silent. A widow avenged but broken. I killed their god, Paris thinks. Arrow spent. Hands shaking. A prince who struck fate's chord. Achilles lies. Gold dulled. Heel bloody. Myrmidons keening. A storm stilled. A warrior no war reclaims. He shone, they whisper. Spears down. Dust settling. A spark, no arrow dims in song. The camp mourns, fires low, Greeks hushed. Achilles' body borne back, armor dented, heel a wound, no Styx heals. He was ours, Odysseus says, voice rough, lifting his spear, a salute to a flame. Too much, Patroclus had said. Achilles' grin, bitter, fierce, echoing now, a spark lost to pride. I avenged him, he'd vowed. Hector's blood, Patroclus' ghost, a warrior who swung too high, a flame too fierce to last. Thetis weeps, sea rising, waves crashing, cradling his body, her voice a wail. My boy, she sobs, hands cold, heel pierced, a flaw she couldn't shield. I warned you, she whispers, tears salting sand, a mother who forged invincibility, lost to fate. He chose this, she thinks. Sea eyes dark, his spear beside him, a spark snuffed by prophecy. Bold, proud, a flame no war holds. Shine bright, he'd said, her grief a tide. A warrior, etched in blood and song. Troy stands, walls cracked, war grinding. Achilles' name, a roar, no silence tames. He killed Hector, Greeks sing, fires high, spear raised, heal his doom. A spark, no arrow dulls. He burned, Myrmidons mutter, shields dented. A storm no fate bends. A warrior no grave quiets. I'm Achilles, he'd roared, armor blazing, heel kicking dust. A spark owning the dark. A flame racing to glory. The plains stretch, blood, dust, his mark. And Achilles rests, spear steady, barefoot still. War's drum faint in the wind. I did it, he'd thought. Patroclus avenged, Troy trembling, a warrior born to burn, broken by choice. Too much winds, he'd grinned. Spear red, rage averse, grief a chorus, a spark too fierce, a heel too frail, a name no war forgets. They'll sing, he'd vowed. Dust settling, plains his stage, a flame snuffed, a legend carved. The sea rolls, endless, cold, his pyre blazes, gold melting, heel ash, myrmidons chanting. A tide, no war drowns. He's immortal, they say. Spear raised. Patroclus' ghost, a shadow he joins. A warrior bold, proud, a flame dimmed by fate. I burned bright, he'd thought. Sand red, heel pierced, a spark no arrow dims. Fierce, swift, a storm no shield blocks. For you, he'd whispered, Patroclus's face, a prince forged in Phthia, lost to grief, etched in blood and sand, eternal. So here he is, Achilles, son of Thetis, sticks dipped, heel marked, fallen on Troy's plains with a spear and a snarl. I shone, he says, Myrmidons fierce, Troy watching, a warrior invincible, doomed, a spark etched in glory and dust, a flame snuffed by fate's last swing. Story, Jason, quest for the golden fleece. Let's dive into the sun-scorched, wind-whipped world of Jason, a kid born with a crown on his head and a knife at his back, destined to chase glory through seas and storms. He's the son of King Aeson of Iolkus, a bustling port city of marble and ambition, nestled against the wild waves of the Aegean. But Jason's story doesn't start with thrones or feasts. It kicks off with blood, betrayal, and a baby smuggled out in the dead of night. That crown's mine, he'll vow years later, striding back to claim it. But for now, he's a spark in a storm, a hero waiting to ignite. This is where it begins. An exiled heir, a prophecy, and a quest that'll shake the gods. It all starts in Iolkus, a kingdom humming with trade and tension, where Aeson rules, or ruled, until his half-brother Peleus crashes the party. Peleus is a brute, with a hunger for power, eyes like flint, and a grin that's all teeth and no warmth. The throne's mine, he growls, storming the palace with a pack of loyal thugs, swords flashing in the torchlight. Aeson's no pushover. He fights, blood slicking the marble, but numbers win, and Peleus takes the crown, planting his boots on the king's chest as Aeson gasps his last. Family reunion's over, Peleus sneers, wiping his blade, the city bowing under his shadow. But there's a hitch. Jason, Aeson's newborn son, a squalling bundle with his father's jaw and a spark that's already trouble. Peleus hears the cries from the queen's chambers. Alcimede, Aeson's wife, clutching her boy like a shield, and his gut twists. An oracle's words haunt him. Beware the man with one sandal. He'll be your end. No loose ends, he mutters, ordering his men to scour the palace, their boots thumping like doom. Alcimede's sharp. She knows her son's a target, a pawn in a game he didn't choose. Not today, she whispers, wrapping him tight, slipping him to a loyal servant under the cover of night. The servant bolts, heart pounding, Jason tucked close, out of Iolkus, through the hills, the city's torches fading behind. Keep him safe, Alcimede prays, her voice swallowed by the wind as Peleus's men tear through empty rooms, too late to catch the air slipping away. The servant treks deep, past olive groves, up craggy slopes, to Mount Pelion, where Chiron waits, a centaur with a horse's bulk and a sage's eyes. Take him, the servant gasps, handing over the bundle, and Chiron nods, hooves steady on the rock. He'll grow strong, he rumbles, cradling Jason, the stars glinting like they're in on the plan. Years roll. Jason grows fast under Chiron's watch, a kid forged in the wild, not the palace. Mount Pelion's no nursery. It's a sprawl of pines and peaks, wolves howling, winds cutting sharp. Chiron's a tough teacher, half-beast, all wisdom, training Jason with a spear, a bow, and a brain that learns quick. You're no ordinary boy, he says, voice deep as the woods, watching Jason wrestle a boar, pinning it with a grunt and a grin. Good. Jason shoots back, dusting dirt from his hands, his hair a tangle of gold, his eyes blazing with a fire that's more than mortal grit. He's tall by his teens, broad shoulders, lean muscle, a stride that owns the ground. Who am I? He asks Chiron one night, the fire crackling, the centaur's tail swishing in the shadows. Son of Aeson, Chiron replies, hooves tapping, rightful king of Iolkus. Peleus stole it. Jason blinks, the words sinking in. King, stolen, a throne waiting. He's sitting in my seat, he growls, fists clenching, and Chiron nods, calm but firm. Your mother got you out. Peleus wanted you dead. Jason grins, a sharp, wild thing. Guess I'm a problem then. He trains harder, spear thrusts splitting logs, bow shots nailing birds mid-flight, a mind that maps every trail. I'm going back, he vows, staring down at Iolkus from the peak, the city a speck of marble and menace. Chiron watches, wise and quiet. You're ready, but careful, boy. Peleus is no fool. Jason laughs, neither am I, and packs light, a cloak, a spear, sandals tied tight. That crown's mine, he says, the wind tugging at him, a spark lighting up the dark. He's not just bold, he's decisive, a leader brewing in the wild, ready to swing. The road's rough, dusty paths, rivers swelling, and Jason strides it, spear in hand, his one sandal prophecy ticking closer. He hits the Onorus River, fast, muddy, a roar of water, and an old woman hobbles up, bent and frail. Help me cross, she croaks, eyes glinting strange under her hood. Sure, he says, hoisting her onto his back, wading in, current tugging, cold biting. One sandal slips, sucked into the muck, and he stumbles, grinning, worth it, setting her down safe. She straightens, tall, glowing. Hera, queen of the gods, smirking. You'll do, she said, vanishing, and Jason shrugs. Weird day. One sandal left, fate sealed. Iolkus looms, walls high, ships bobbing, Peleus's banners flapping like a taunt. Jason strides in, barefoot on one side, spear steady, a kid-turned man with a claim to burn. The streets buzz. Who's he? And he cuts through, straight to the palace. Peleus lounging on the throne, gold dripping from his fingers. Nice seat, Jason says. Voice loud, boots. Well, boot. Thumping marble. Peleus freezes, eyes narrowing at the lone sandal. The oracle's words slamming back. Who are you? He snarls, and Jason grins. Jason, son of Aeson. That's my throne. The hall hushes, guards tense, courtiers gape, and Peleus leans forward, smirk thin. Aeson's dead. My city now. Jason steps closer. Not for long. Give it back. Peleus laughs. A dry, cutting sound. Bold kid. Prove you're worth it. He pauses, mind spinning, then snaps. Fetch the golden fleece from Iolkus. Bring it here. Maybe I'll think about it. It's a death sentence. Iolkus is far, the fleece guarded by gods and monsters. But Jason doesn't blink. Deal, he says, voice steel, grin sharper. I'll be back, with your fleece and my crown. Peleus smirks. Good luck, One Shoe. Thinking he's rid of him, a fool sent to die. Jason turns, spear tapping, the crowd parting, whispers rising. He's crazy. He's dead. But he's not fazed. Hera's spark hums in him. Chiron's lessons steel his spine. Golden fleece, huh? He mutters, striding out, the city buzzing behind. Sounds fun. He's not just a prince. He's a leader, bold and brash, a guy who sees a trap and swings anyway. Peleus doesn't know me, he thinks, the road stretching wide, the sea calling his name. Chiron's words echo, careful boy. But Jason's past Careful. Past fear. I've got this, he says, one sandal slapping dirt, the other foot bare and defiant. Iolkus watches, a speck of a man against a king's might, and the wind carries it, a ripple of a name about to grow loud. Time to build a crew, he decides, eyes on the horizon, a ship in his mind, the Argo, a quest, a throne to claim. He's smart, he's tough, and he's got that edge, a spark of fate, a nudge from gods, a fire that's all his. So here he is, Jason, exiled heir of Iolkus, one sandal down, a prophecy up, stepping out with a spear and a grin. Let's get that fleece, he vows, the sea at his back, Peleus' taunt in his ears. A leader born in the wild, forged by loss, ready to sail into legend. Jason strides out of Iolkus, one sandal slapping the dirt, the other foot bare and bold, Peleus' taunt. Fetch the golden fleece, ringing in his ears, like a dare he can't resist. The sea glints ahead, a wild sprawl of blue that whispers of Colchis, dragons, and a throne he's hell-bent on claiming. I'm not doing this alone, he mutters, spear tapping the ground, his mind already spinning. A ship, a crew, a band of heroes to match his fire. We're getting that fleece, he vows, voice firm, eyes blazing, and the Argonauts are about to be born. A leader's gambit, a quest's first step, and a legend kicking into gear. He starts with the ship, Argo, a beauty of oak and ambition, built by Argus, a craftsman with hands like a god's and a grin to match. Fastest hull you'll see, Argus boasts, hammering planks on Iolkus' shore, the keel cutting sharp against the tide. Jason nods. Good, we'll need speed, and pitches in, hauling timber, his bare foot slipping in the sand. Hera's watching. Her spark hums in the wind, a nudge from the queen who crossed him over the river, and the Argo takes shape, 50 oars strong, a bow carved with eyes that stare down the sea. She's ours, Jason says, clapping Argus's shoulder, the hull gleaming like a promise. Word spreads. Jason's hunting the fleece, and heroes trickle in, drawn by the buzz, the challenge, the chance to etch their names in stone. First up's Hercules, big, loud, a walking mountain with a club that's splintered more skulls than Jason can count. Heard you need muscle, he rumbles, tossing a boulder like a toy, and Jason grins. You're in. Orpheus strolls up next, lyre in hand, voice like silk, a poet who calms storms and hearts. I'll keep us sane, he says, strumming a chord that makes the gulls hush, and Jason nods. Done. Atalanta sprints in, fast, fierce, a huntress with a bow that never misses. No boys only trip, she snaps, and Jason laughs. Wouldn't dare leave you out. The crew grows. Castor and Pollux, twin boxers with fists like thunder. Hylas, Hercules' shadow, pretty and tough. Tiphys, a helmsman who reads waves like scrolls. This is my team, Jason thinks, watching them spar, laugh, size each other up on the beach. They're a mess, egos clashing, Hercules arm wrestling anyone who blinks. But Jason's got a knack, a steady hand that pulls them tight. We're not just sailing, he tells them, standing on a crate, spear raised. We're taking what's mine, Peleus' throne, through that fleece. Stick with me. We're unstoppable. They cheer, wild, raw, a roar that shakes the shore, and he feels it. A leader born, not made. The Argo launches, oars dipping, sails snapping, Iolkus shrinking as Peleus smirks from his palace. He'll fail, the usurper mutters, sipping wine, But Jason's not hearing it. He's at the helm, wind in his hair, one sandal planted firm. Iolkus or bust, he quips, Tiphys steering, the sea stretching wide and mean. Storms hit fast, waves crashing, thunder rolling, and the crew scrambles. Hercules hauling ropes, Orpheus humming to calm the panic. Hold it together, Jason yells, voice cutting through the gale. And they do. Argo rides it out, a ship as tough as her men. Trouble follows. Lemnos, an island of women who killed their husbands, greets them with smiles and swords. Stay sharp, Jason warns, stepping ashore, the crew eyeing the locals. Gorgeous, deadly, a trap in silk. We need supplies, he says, negotiating with Queen Hypsipyle, her gaze lingering too long. Stay the night, she purrs, and Hercules grins. I'm good with that, but Jason's decisive. We're out at dawn. They load up. Grain, water, a few too many winks, and sail off. Atalanta rolling her eyes. Close call, Jason mutters, the Argo cutting waves, his focus locked on Iolkus. Next stops the clashing rocks. Simple gades, massive slabs that smash anything dumb enough to pass. Fun, Jason grumbles, peering at the churning gap. The crew tense. Send a dove, Tiphys suggests, and Jason nods. Smart. They release it. Wings flashing, rocks slamming shut, then open. Just a heartbeat. Now, he barks, oars pumping, Argo shooting through as stone grazes the stern. A scrape that leaves Hercules cursing. Too close, Jason pants, grinning at Tiphys. Good call. The crew laughing, adrenaline pumping, a bond forged in the squeeze. The sea tests them. Harpy screeches, rogue waves, but Jason steers steady, his voice a rudder through the chaos. We're not here to sink, he tells them, clapping Orpheus's back as the lyre soothes a squall. We're here to win. They trust him, not blind, but hard-earned. Hercules hauling when he says haul, Atalanta scouting when he points. He's got it, Castor mutters, Pollux nodding, and Jason feels it. A crew that's his, a ship that's home, a quest that's real. Peleus doesn't know us. He thinks. The Argo slicing forward, Iolkus a shadow on the edge. Days blur, sun scorching, nights cold, and Jason keeps them tight, a leader who listens, but decides. What's this fleece anyway? Hylas asks, polishing a blade, and Jason shrugs. Gold, magic, mine. Peleus wants it, so we take it. They laugh. Bold, brash, a band of misfits, with a king in the making. Dragons guarding it, Atalanta adds, arrow notched, and Jason grins. Good. I like a challenge. The Argo hums, oars steady, sails full, a beast of wood and will, carrying heroes who'd follow him to Hades if he asked. The coast nears, Iolkus, a land of dark groves and darker secrets. The fleece glinting somewhere deep. We're here, Jason says, voice low, spear in hand, the crew gathering close. Peleus thinks I'll fail. He's wrong. We're the Argonauts, best of the best, and that fleece is ours. They roar, Hercules smashing his club, Orpheus strumming fierce, Atalanta's bow taut, and Jason stands tall, one sandal defiant, the other lost to fate. Let's move, he orders, the Argo docking, the shore crunching underfoot, a leader with grit, a team with guts, a quest kicking into high. Peleus's laugh fades back in Iolkus. They're dead men. But Jason's not hearing it, not feeling it. He's got no clue, he mutters, stepping onto Iolkus's soil, the Argo at his back, the crew at his side. Hera's spark hums, wind tugging, a goddess's bet on her boy, And he strides forward, spear steady, eyes locked on the prize. Golden fleece, dragon? Whatever. Bring it on, he thinks, the sea whispering behind. A rhythm he owns. He's not just bold, he's decisive. A man who bends chaos to his will. A spark ready to blaze. So, here he is. Jason, heir of Iolkus. One sandal down, a crew up. The Argo cutting through fate like a blade. We're unstoppable, he says. The shore stretching wide. Kolkis, looming dark. A leader forged in exile, sharpened by the wild, sailing into legend with heroes at his call. Jason steps onto Kolkis's shore, the Argo creaking behind him. One sandal crunching black sand, while the other foot feels the cold grit of a land steeped in shadow and gold. The air's thick, pine, salt, and something sharp like magic gone sour. And the Argonauts fan out, spears glinting, eyes sharp under a sky that's too still. This is it, he says, voice low but firm, spear planted like a flag, the golden fleece a whisper in the wind, a prize guarded by a king and a dragon that doesn't sleep. Hand it over, or we take it, he's ready to demand. But Kolkis isn't Iolkus. This is a game of fire and fangs, and Jason's about to meet his match. The crew's tense. Hercules hefts his club, muttering, "Smells like trouble," while Atalanta notches an arrow, her gaze cutting through the trees. Orpheus strums a soft note, keeps the nerves steady, and Jason nods, leading them inland, the Argo's eyes watching from the shore like a sentinel. Kolkis sprawls ahead, dark groves twisting into cliffs, a palace of black stone looming high, its towers jagged against the dusk. Fancy place, Jason quips, but his grin's tight. Peleus sent him here to die, and King Aedes, ruler of this wild land, isn't known for hospitality. They reach the palace gates, iron spiked, a wall of keep out, and Jason bangs his spear butt hard, the clang echoing like a challenge. Jason of Iolkus, here for the fleece, he calls, voice ringing, one sandal planted bold. Guards part, grim, armored, and Aedes emerges, a king draped in gold and menace, his beard forked, his eyes cold as the sea that birthed him. You, he sneers, sizing Jason up, barefoot, dusty cloak, a crew of misfits at his back. That fleece is mine, sacred, guarded. You think you can stroll in and take it? Jason doesn't blink. Peleus says it's my ticket home. Hand it over. Aedes laughs, a dry, cutting sound that chills the air, and leans closer, his voice a hiss. Pass my tests or die. Yoke my bulls, sow my field, face my dragon. Fail, and your bones bleach here. The Argonauts shift. Hercules growls, Atalanta's bow creaks. But Jason grins, sharp and fearless. I've faced worse, he says, spear tapping. Let's play. Aedes smirks. Tomorrow then. And turns, his cloak swirling, leaving Jason with a gauntlet no mortals walked away from. The crew camps by the Argo, fires crackling, waves lapping, and Jason paces, mind spinning. Bulls that breathe fire, dragon's teeth that sprout warriors, a sleepless lizard with the fleece. Fun day ahead, he mutters, kicking a stone. Hercules shrugs. I'll smash him. But Jason shakes his head. Need more than muscle. Orpheus hums. Magic's in the air here. And Atalanta nods. He's not bluffing. Those tests are death. Jason's decisive. We've got this. But doubt flickers, a shadow he buries under grit. Peleus wants me gone. Too bad for him. Night deepens, and eyes watch from the palace, Medea, Aetes' daughter, a shadow in a window, her hair dark as the groves, her gaze a flame catching fast. He's different, she whispers, fingers tracing a vial of potion, her magic pulsing like a heartbeat. She's fierce, raised on spells and the secrets, a priestess of Hecate, with a will that bends the dark. But Jason's spark hooks her, a leader who doesn't bow. He'll die without me, she thinks, slipping out, her cloak a whisper against the stone, drawn to the camp like a moth to a torch. Jason's alone by the fire, spear across his knees, one sandal off, when she steps in, bold and silent. You're the fleece guy, she says, voice low, eyes glinting under her hood. He jumps. Who are you? Then steadies, grinning. Jason. Yeah, that's me. She steps closer. Medea, Aet's daughter. You're walking into a trap. He leans in. Tell me something I don't know. And she smirks, sharp and quick. Those bulls will roast you. The teeth will cut you. The dragon will eat you. Unless I help. He raises an eyebrow. Why me? And she shrugs. You're worth it. The air crackles. Electric. Dangerous. And Jason feels it. A pull he doesn't dodge. What's the catch? He asks, spear still. And she laughs. No catch. Just a deal. I get you through. You take me out of here. He nods. Fair. And she hands him a vial, cool against his palm. Rub this on. Bulls won't burn you. I'll handle the rest tomorrow. He takes it, fingers brushing hers. Your trouble. And she grins. Good trouble. She's gone then, shadows swallowing her. But Jason's hooked. A spark meeting a flame. A leader finding an edge. Dawn breaks. Red. Heavy. And Aetes waits in a field. The bulls snorting fire. Their hooves cracking stone. Yoke 'em, he snaps, arms crossed. The Argonauts watching from the edge. Hercules flexing. Atalanta tense. Jason rubs Medea's potion on. Smells like ash and mint. Skin tingling. And strides out, spear ready, one sandal slapping dirt. Come on, cows, he quips, dodging a flame blast, the heat singeing his cloak. The bulls charge, bronze horns, fire roaring. But the potion holds, flames sliding off like water, and he grabs their yokes, wrestling them down with a grunt and a grin. Not so tough, he pants, chaining them, Aet's his smirk fading fast. The field's next. Dragon's teeth clatter in a sack, and Aet's tosses it over. Sow 'em. Jason scatters them, sharp, gleaming, and the earth splits. Skeletal warriors clawing up, swords drawn. Nice trick, he mutters, signaling the crew, on me. Hercules smashes, Atalanta shoots, Orpheus plays a tune that slows the undead, and Jason swings, spear cracking bone. Medea's there, hidden, chanting, her magic dulling their edge, and the Argonauts cut through, a whirlwind of steel and grit. Done, Jason says, wiping sweat. The field a graveyard again, Aetis's eyes narrowing. The dragons last, a grove ahead, the fleece glinting gold through twisted branches. That's mine, Jason thinks, heart pounding. Medea's deal a lifeline he's banking on. You're mad, Hercules grumbles. Club ready, but Jason grins. Mad works. Aetes watches, cold, smug. He'll fail. But Jason's not alone. Not anymore. Medea's spark burns close, her magic a shadow at his back, and he strides toward the grove, one sandal, one purpose, a leader who bends fate, not breaks under it. Iolkus hums, dark, alive, a land that tests and takes. And Jason feels it, the weight, the thrill. Peleus thought I'd die here, he mutters, spear steady, the Argonauts at his side. Wrong call. Hera's wind tugs, faint, fierce, a goddess betting on her boy, and he moves, eyes locked on the fleece, a prize worth a throne, a fight worth a name. Let's finish this, he says, the grove looming, the dragon's hiss curling through the trees, spark ready to blaze, a quest ready to peak. So, here he is, Jason, heir of Iolkus, one sandal bold, a crew fierce, stepping into Colchis's heart with a grin and a plan. Fleece or bust, he vows. The Argonauts tight, Medea's fire flickering near. A leader forged in exile, sharpened by will, facing the impossible, with a swing and a spark. Jason stands at the edge of Colchis's dark field, one sandal caked with ash, the other foot bare against the cracked earth, the air still humming with the clash of skeletal warriors, he and the Argonauts just cut down. The golden fleece glints in the grove ahead, a shimmer of gold through twisted branches. But Aethys' tests aren't done. Fire-breathing bulls are yoked, dragon's teeth sown, and now a sleepless dragon waits. Piece by piece, Jason mutters, wiping sweat from his brow. Spear steady in his grip. Medea's vial, cool, potent, saved him once, and her shadow lingers close, a spark of magic he's betting on. Let's finish this, he says, voice firm, grin sharp. A leader who's found his edge in a sorceress's fire. The Argonauts regroup, Hercules flexing, his club notched from smashing bones. Atalanta restringing her bow, arrows spent. Orpheus tuning his lyre, the last notes fading from the air that slowed the undead. Nice work, Jason tells them, clapping Hercules' shoulder, his eyes scanning the crew. Tired, tough, still in the fight. One more round. Dragons up. Aethys watches from his perch, gold gleaming, smirk cold, thinking he's dead now. But Jason's got Medea, a wild card Aethys doesn't see coming. She's trouble, he thinks. Her words, "You're worth it," echoing, a deal sealed in the night. She finds him at dusk, slipping from the palace shadows, her cloak a whisper against the pines, her eyes glinting like embers in the firelight. "You're still breathing," she says, voice low, a smirk tugging her lips as she steps into the camp. Jason grins. "Barely. Those bulls were a warm-up." She hands him another vial, thicker, dark, smelling of earth and spice. "For the dragon. Rub it on your blade. It'll daze him." He takes it, fingers brushing hers again. "You're full of tricks." And she leans closer. "You need them." The air crackles. Electric. Fierce. And Jason feels it. A pull he doesn't fight. A bond tightening fast. "What's your angle?" he asks, spear propped, one sandal off as he sits by the fire. Medea shrugs. "I hate this place. Aethys locks me in. His tool, his weapon. You're my way out." Her voice cuts, sharp, raw, and Jason nods. "Fair trade. I get the fleece, you get freedom." She smirks, "And maybe more," and he laughs. "Deal's getting better. She's no damsel. Magic in her veins. A priestess of Hecate who bends the dark. And Jason likes it. A spark meeting a flame. A leader leaning on a force he can't control but trusts anyway. Dawn breaks, gray, heavy, and Aemedes leads them to the grove. The dragon coiled around an oak, scales like steel, eyes burning red. The fleece draped over a branch, like a king's ransom. "Take it if you can." Aedes sneers, arms crossed, the Argonauts fanning out. Hercules growling, Atalanta aiming, Orpheus ready to strum. Jason rubs Medea's potion on his spear. Sticky, warm, the blade glinting strange, and strides forward, one sandal slapping, barefoot steady. Come on, lizard, he quips, dodging a tail swipe. The beasts hiss, shaking the leaves. The dragon lunges, jaws wide, fire licking its snout, and Jason dives, spear up, the potion's scent wafting as he stabs its flank. Take a nap, he grunts, the blade sinking, the beast's eyes dulling. Dazed, slow, Medea's magic working fast. Hercules charges. Smash it! Club swinging, cracking scales, while Atalanta's arrows zip, piercing gaps. Orpheus plays, notes sharp, hypnotic, and the dragon staggers, its roar fading to a groan. Now! Jason yells, leaping for the fleece, hands closing on gold. Warm, soft, a prize worth a throne, as the beast slumps, out cold. Aedes roars, thieves! Guards rushing, spears glinting, but Jason's decisive, back to the Argo. He tucks the fleece under his arm, light, alive, humming with power, and bolts, the Argonauts tight behind. Medea's there, chanting low, a wall of flame bursting up, blocking the guards. Move, she snaps, her voice a whip, and Jason grins. You're handy, leading the sprint, one sandal pounding, barefoot bleeding on roots. The grove burns, smoke curling, Ates' curses lost in the crackle, and the Argo looms ahead, oars ready, sails up. They pile in, Hercules hauling ropes, Typhus at the helm, Jason clutching the fleece, like it's his soul. Go, he barks, and the Argo lurches, waves slapping as Medea leaps aboard, her cloak singed, eyes wild. Aedes' ships launch, dark, fast, but Medea's magic flares again, wind howling, sea churning, slowing them down. Nice touch, Jason says, catching her gaze, and she smirks. Told you I'd get us out. The shore fades, Iolkus a smudge, the fleece glowing in his hands, and the crew cheers, a roar that shakes the deck. Night falls, stars sharp, sea calm, and Jason stands at the prow, one sandal off, the fleece draped over his shoulder. We did it, he tells Medea, her shadow close, the air still crackling between them. You did it, she corrects, fingers brushing the gold, her voice soft but fierce. He grins, team effort, and she laughs, a sound that cuts through the dark. Peleus won't see this coming, he says, eyes on Iolkus, the throne a heartbeat away. She nods. He'll choke on it. And Jason feels it, a spark turned flame, a leader tied to a sorceress who's more than a tool. The Argonauts rest, Hercules snoring, Atalanta sharpening arrows, Orpheus humming low, and Jason paces, the fleece warm against his skin. Worth it? He wonders. The dragon's hiss still ringing. Medea's magic a weight he's carrying now. Yeah, he decides. Spear propped, barefoot tapping the deck. He's not just bold, he's smart, leaning on her power, bending the impossible to his will. She's mine, he thinks, glancing at her, dark hair whipping, eyes locked on the horizon. And it's more than a deal, more than a quest, a bond he didn't plan but won't dodge. The sea stretches, endless, alive, and the Argo cuts through, a ship of heroes with a prize that'll shake kingdoms. Peleus thought I'd die, Jason mutters, one sandal dangling from his hand, the other lost to fate. Wrong bet. Hera's wind hums, faint, fierce, a goddess grinning at her boy, and he stands tall, the fleece his proof, Medea his fire. Iolkus next, he says, voice steel, the crew at his back, a leader whose face bulls, bones and beasts, and come out shining. Iolkus fades, smoke, rage, a king outplayed. And Jason feels the shift, A throne closer, a name louder. We're not done, he tells Medea, her smirk mirroring his, the fleece aglow between them. Not by a long shot, she replies, magic simmering, a spark ready to burn brighter. He's got the Argonauts, tough, loyal, and her, wild, fierce, and the sea's his road, Iolkus, his prize. Let's go home, he says, spear raised, one sandal defiant, a leader forged in exile, sharpened by magic, sailing into fate. So here he is, Jason, heir of Iolkus, one sandal bold, a crew fierce, the golden fleece in his grip, and Medea at his side. Pelias's turn, he vows, the Argo steady, the night his stage, a leader who bends chaos, binds heroes, and breaks odds, a spark blazing into legend. Jason grips the railing of the Argo, one sandal tapping the deck, the other foot bare and bruised from Colchos's rocky shore, the golden fleece slung over his shoulder like a king's mantle, warm, glowing, a prize snatched from a dragon's jaws. The sea stretches dark and restless behind him, the Argonauts' cheers still ringing as Medea stands close, her cloak singed, her eyes glinting with a fire that matches his own. We did it, he says, voice low but steady, grinning at her as the ship cuts through waves, Aeetes' curses fading into the night. But the dragon's hiss lingers in his ears. Medea's magic burns in his hands, and Jason knows, leader or not, this victory's hers as much as his. It started back in that grove, twisted oaks, air thick with sap and menace. The dragon coiled around the fleece like a living chain. Scales gleamed like steel, eyes burned red, a snout that snorted sparks as it sized him up. Time to shine, Jason had muttered, spear slick with Medea's potion, dark, sticky, a spell to daze the beast. His bare foot steady on the moss. The Argonauts fanned out, Hercules hefting his club, Atalanta's bow taut, Orpheus's lyre humming low. And Aeetes watched from the edge, gold glinting, smirk sharp. He's meat, the king thought, but Jason had Medea, a shadow with a spark he'd staked everything on. Ready? He'd asked her, catching her gaze, fierce, electric, and she'd nodded, voice a whip. Stab it. I'll do the rest. He'd charged, spear up, one sandal slapping dirt, dodging a tail swipe that cracked a tree, the dragon's hiss shaking the grove. Come on, lizard, he'd taunted, lunging low, the potion-smeared blade sinking into its flank. Deep, wet, a puff of dazed steam, curling from its snout. Medea chanted, low, fast, her hands weaving air, magic dulling the beast's eyes, slowing its thrash. Now, Jason yelled, and the Argonauts moved. Hercules smashing scales, Atalanta's arrows zipping, Orpheus's tune a lullaby that dropped its guard. The dragon staggered, roar fading, claws scraping, and Jason leapt, barefoot slipping on the blood-slick moss, hands closing on the fleece. Mine, he grunted, yanking it free. Gold, soft, humming with power, as the beast slumped. Out cold, Medea's spell a net he'd never unweave. Got it, he shouted, spinning to the crew, the fleece glowing like a second sun. Hercules roared, That's our boy. Atalanta grinned, Not bad, and Orpheus strummed a victory note, the grove trembling as Hades' face twisted. Shock, rage, a king outplayed. Thieves! Hades bellowed, guards rushing, spears glinting, boots pounding. But Jason was decisive. Back to the Argo. Now, he tucked the fleece tight, one sandal pounding, barefoot bleeding, leading the sprint, the crew tight behind. Medea ran too, cloak whipping, hands sparking, and threw up a wall of flame. Hot, wild, blocking the guards. Move, she snapped, her voice cutting through smoke. Jason grinned. You're a gem. The Argo looming ahead, oars up, sails snapping. Ates' ships launched, dark, fast, but Jason barked, row! And the Argonauts hauled, Tiphys steering sharp. Medea's wind howling to slow the chase. The Argo broke free, waves slapping, Iolkus shrinking, and Jason stood at the prow, one sandal off, the fleece glowing in his grip. We did it, he told Medea, her shadow close, the sea swallowing Ates' rage. You're welcome, she said, smirking, fingers brushing the gold. Warm, alive, a bond sealed in blood and fire. He laughed. Couldn't have swung it without you? And she leaned in. Don't forget that. The crew sprawled, Hercules snoring, Atalanta wiping her bow, Orpheus humming, and Jason felt it, a leader's high, a spark tied to her flame, a prize worth a throne. The sea rolled, endless, dark, and Jason paced, barefoot tapping, the fleece slung like a trophy. Peleus won't know what hit him, he muttered, picturing the usurper's smirk turning to ash. Medea watched, eyes sharp, magic simmering, and he caught her gaze, a pull he didn't dodge. Your trouble, he said, grinning, and she smirked. Good trouble. Her voice a thread weaving them tighter. Iolkus next, he added, spear propped, the Argo cutting steady, and she nodded. He'll choke on this gold. Jason laughed, a bold, free sound, knowing she'd burn the world for him, and he'd let her. The crew rested, exhausted, triumphant, but Jason's mind raced, the dragon's weight still on him. That thing didn't blink, he thought, rubbing the potion's last smear from his hands. Medea's magic, a shiver he couldn't shake. Worth it? He wondered, the fleece humming against his skin, and decided, yeah, a leader who'd bent fate with her spark. She's mine, he mused, glancing at her, dark hair whipping, eyes on the horizon, and it was more than a deal, more than a quest. A fire he'd lit and couldn't douse. The Argo sailed, oars dipping, wind tugging, and Jason stood tall, one sandal dangling, the fleece his proof. Peleus thought I'd die, he said, voice steel, the crew at his back. Big mistake. Hera's breeze hummed, faint, fierce, a goddess grinning at her boy, and he gripped the railing, the dragon's hiss a memory, Medea's magic, a shield. We're not stopping, he told her, her smirk mirroring his, the fleece aglow between them. Not ever, she replied, magic curling, a spark ready to blaze brighter. The night deepened, stars sharp, sea alive, and Jason felt the shift, a throne closer, a name louder. Iolkus is behind us, he muttered, spear steady, barefoot tapping the deck. The Argonauts slept, Hercules' snores rumbling, Atalanta's bow at her side, and Medea stood with him, a shadow he'd tied his fate to. You're crazy, she said, smirking, and he grinned. Crazy works, the fleece warm, the sea his road. Iolkus is mine, he thought, eyes locked on the west. A leader who'd faced a dragon and won, a spark burning into legend. The Argo cut through, steady, fierce, a ship of heroes with a prize that'd shake kingdoms. We're the Argonauts, Jason said, voice low. The crew his strength, Medea his fire. Peleus doesn't stand a chance. The sea whispered, wild, free, and he stood there, one sandal bold, the fleece his claim, a grin that cut through the dark. He'd led them, bulls, bones, beast, and come out shining. A leader who bent chaos, bound heroes, and broke odds with a sorceress at his side. So here he is, Jason, heir of Iolkus, one sandal defiant, a crew fierce, the golden fleece in his hands, and Medea's magic in his veins. On to Peleus, he vows, the Argo sailing true, the night his stage, a leader forged in exile, sharpened by fire, swinging into fate with a spark that won't fade. Jason leans against the Argo's prow, one sandal dangling from his hand, the other foot bare and calloused against the salt-worn deck. The golden fleece draped over his shoulder like a conqueror's cloak, golden, warm, a prize that hums with triumph. The sea stretches wide and restless, Iolkus rising on the horizon, a jagged line of marble, and menace he sailed half the world to reclaim. Medea stands close, her dark hair whipping in the wind, her eyes glinting with a fire that's carried him through dragons and storms. Peleus' turn, he says, voice steady, grinning at her as the Argonauts row, their oars dipping in rhythm. But victory's a slippery thing, and Jason's about to trade one spark for another. A leader's rise, a lover's fall, a throne won and a curse born. The Argo docks, creaking, proud, its bow cutting Iolkus' harbor, the fleece glowing like a beacon as the crew spills ashore. We're back, Hercules roars, club slung, the crowd parting, fishermen, merchants, eyes wide at the gold in Jason's hands. Peleus won't know what hit him, Jason mutters. One sandal slapping stone, barefoot steady, Medea at his side, cloak singed, magic simmering, a queen in waiting, he's tied his fate to. My throne now, he thinks, striding toward the palace, the Argonauts fanning out, Hercules flexing, Atalanta's bow ready, Orpheus strumming low. Peleus waits, throne high, gold dripping, his smirk thin as he sees Jason storm in, fleece raised like a taunt. Here's your gift, Jason says, voice cutting through the hall, tossing the fleece at his feet, gold pooling, a challenge no usurper can dodge. My throne, hand it over. The court hushes, guards tense, nobles blink, and Peleus laughs, a dry, brittle sound. You think this changes anything? He leans forward. I'm king, boy. That's a nice rug, but it's not enough. Jason's grin fades. You promised. And Peleus shrugs. Promises bend. Medea steps up, eyes blazing, voice low. He earned it. And Peleus sneers. Stay out of this, witch. Jason grips his spear. She's with me. But Peleus' guards close in, steel glinting, a trap snapping shut. Not good, Hercules grumbles. Club up, and Jason's decisive. We're not fighting out of this. Medea's hand brushes his. I'll fix it. And her smirk sharpens, magic curling like smoke. Give me time, she whispers, and Jason nods, fast, trusting her fire, a leader leaning on her edge. She moves, slipping into shadows, a plan brewing, and returns nights later, her cloak stained, her eyes wild. Peleus' daughters, she says, voice a hiss. They'll do it. She spins a tale, convinces them the fleece can make their father young, eternal, tricking them into a pot, a knife, a spell gone dark. He's gone, she tells Jason, dawn breaking, blood on her hands, Peleus' end, a stew of betrayal. His daughter screams echoing in the palace. You're king, she adds, fierce and steady, and Jason stares. That's extreme, but takes it. The throne his, Medea, his queen. Iolkus bows. Jason rules. The fleece hung high, the Argonauts scattering. Hercules, Off to smash, Atalanta to hunt, Orpheus to sing. We made it, he tells Medea. Kids born, 2 boys, a new dawn, and she's fierce. Magic weaving peace, her fire his shield. Peleus lost, he thinks. 1 sandal off, barefoot tapping marble, the sea a hum beyond the walls. But glory fades, years roll, and Corinth calls. A richer city, a princess named Glauca. Her father's alliance a ladder, Jason eyes. I need this, he mutters, ambition itching, Medea's spark dimming in his gaze. He breaks it, cold, quick, standing in their hall, Medea's eyes locked on his. I'm marrying her, he says, voice flat. Corinth's mine. Better for us. She freezes, flame to ice, then flares. Us? You mean you? Her voice cuts, raw, sharp, and Jason shrugs. It's strategy, but it's betrayal. A leader cutting loose what doesn't fit. I gave you everything, she hisses. Bulls, dragon, Peleus's blood, and he turns. I took it. Bold, blind, a king who bends vows like promises. She storms out, magic crackling, a mother scorned. And Jason thinks, she'll cool off. She doesn't. Her fire burns hotter, darker, a spell weaving in the night. He chose this, she mutters, hands trembling. A gown laced with poison, gold, deadly, sent to Glaucus, a bride's gift that chars flesh to bone. The princess screams, flames eating, father rushing, both gone in a blaze. And Medea's not done. Her boys, Jason's sons. Next, a knife's flash, a mother's rage breaking all. You'll feel this, she whispers, blood pooling, her chariot of flame roaring up, dragon-drawn, skybound, leaving Jason alone, a king with a throne and nothing else. He staggers, hall silent, kids gone, Medea's curse a weight he can't lift. What did I do? He breathes, 1 sandal slipping, barefoot cold on marble, the fleece a hollow glow above. I led. I won, he'd said. But this, her fire turned ash, cuts deeper, a leader who swung too far. Worth it? He wonders, spear propped, the palace empty. Guards fled, nobles hushed, and finds no answer. A king broken by his own hand. She was mine, he thinks, her face, fierce, betrayed, burning in the dark. A spark he lit and lost. The Argo rots, beached, splintered, a ship that sailed to glory, now a ghost. Peleus's end, my start. Jason mutters, standing by it, the sea whispering blame. He's king, still, but Iolkus murmurs, he betrayed her, and the fleece dims, a prize that cost too much. I had it all, he says, voice rough, barefoot, tracing sand, 1 sandal dangling, a leader who bent fate, bound heroes, broke hearts, crazy works, Medea had echoed, but crazy burns, and Jason's aflame with nothing to show. The sea rolls, endless, cold, and Jason stands, throne his, but hollow. I'm Jason, he tells himself, spear steady, the fleece a shadow of gold. He led the Argonauts, bulls yoked, dragon felled, a king dethroned, but chose ambition over fire, a spark snuffed by his swing. She'll haunt me, he thinks. Her chariots roar in his ears, a leader who won the world and lost his soul. Onward, he'd vowed. But now, kids dead, love ash, he's stuck. A king cursed by his own decisiveness. So here he is, Jason, heir turned king, 1 sandal bold, a crew gone, the golden fleece, a faded glory, and Medea's wrath his chain. I took it all, he says, the Argo crumbling, the night his judge, a leader forged in exile, sharpened by betrayal, a spark dimmed by his own hand, etched in triumph and tragedy. Jason slumps against the Argo's rotting hull, one sandal dangling from his hand, the other foot bare and scarred against Iolkus's cold sand. The golden fleece, a faded shimmer in the palace hall he can't bear to face. The sea whispers below, relentless, mocking, a tide that carried him to glory and left him stranded in ash. Medea's gone, her chariot of flame a scar in the sky, her curse a weight that crushes his throne, his kids, his spark. I led, I won, he mutters, voice rough, spear propped beside him, but the words ring hollow. A leader who sailed to the edge and fell, a king who traded gold for grief, a legend burned by his own fire. Iolkus stands quiet, marble dulled, streets hushed, the fleece hanging high but dim, a trophy no one cheers. He got it, they whisper, fishermen over nets, mothers by wells, but lost everything. The Argonauts are ghosts, Hercules off smashing, Atalanta hunting, Orpheus singing elsewhere, and Jason's alone, a king with a crown no one envies. Peleus lost, he thinks, kicking a splintered plank, barefoot tracing the Argo's decay, and I still lost more. Medea's face, fierce, betrayed, haunts him. Her voice, you chose this. A blade he can't pull out. He'd had it all. Throne reclaimed, Medea's magic at his side, sons who'd carry his name. We made it, he'd told her, one sandal off, barefoot tapping marble, the fleece glowing like a dawn he'd forged. She'd been his fire, bulls yoked, dragon dazed, Peleus boiled, and he'd swung with her, a leader who bent fate to his will. Iolkus is ours, he'd said, her smirk mirroring his. Kids laughing in the halls. But Corinth called. Gloss is gold, her father's power. A step up he couldn't resist. I need this, he'd decided, ambition blinding. Medea's spark snuffed in his climb. The betrayal broke her. Her flame turned dark, a mother's rage that charred his world. You'll feel this, she'd hissed, gown poisoning Glaucs, knife taking their boys, chariot roaring skyward, and Jason crumbled, a king with a throne and no heart. What did I do? He'd gasped, hall silent, blood pooling, her shadow gone. I led, he tells himself now, spear steady, barefoot cold, but I swung too far. The fleece glints, gold turned gray, and he wonders, worth it? No answer, just the sea's hum, a leader's echo, drowned in loss. Years drag, Iolkus fades, a city ruled by a ghost. He's Jason, kids whisper, pointing at the palace. Sailed for the fleece, lost his soul. He hears it, leans on the Argo, one sandal slipping, and grins, thin and bitter. They're not wrong, he mutters, the ship's hull splintering under his weight, a relic of a quest that shines less each day. Peleus sent me to die, he thinks, and I lived, just not like this. Medea's curse clings, kids gone, love ash, a spark he lit and couldn't douse, a king who won the game and lost the board. He walks, slow, aimless, one sandal slapping, barefoot dragging, the spear a crutch he doesn't need, but carries. I'm Jason, he says, voice rough, the fleece a shadow in his mind. He led the Argonauts, 50 oars, a ship of heroes, through storms, rocks, dragons, and came back king. Crazy works, Medea had echoed, her fire his edge, and he'd grinned, crazy wins, until it didn't, until he cut her loose and paid in blood. She was mine, he murmurs, her chariots roar a memory, a leader who swung bold and broke deep. The Argos end comes quiet. A storm cracks its bow, waves claim its planks, And Jason watches, one sandal off, barefoot, wet in the surf. That's it, he says. No fight left. The ship that sailed to Iolkus sinking like his name. I had it all, he thinks, spear sinking in sand. The fleece of faded glow he hasn't touched in years. Peleus's trap, my throne, her fire, gone. He's not old. Hair still gold, shoulders still broad. But he's done. A king who ruled and lost, a spark dimmed by his own hand. Iolkus moves on. New kings rise. The fleece a tale for firesides. Jason a shadow in its streets. He took the gold, they sing, and paid in tears. A leader bold, decisive, flawed to the bone. I swung, he mutters, sitting by the wreck, one sandal dangling, barefoot tracing tide. Bull's fire, dragon's jaws, Peleus's blood. I swung and won. But Medea's end, her rage, her loss, cuts sharper, a spark he lit and couldn't hold, a king who bent fate and broke his world. The sea rolls, cold, endless, and Jason stares, thrown his butt hollow, the Argo's last plank drifting away. I'm still Jason, he says, voice steel, spear propped, a grin that's half grimace. He led 50 heroes, one ship, a sorceress's fire, and came out shining, then dimmed, a leader who chose ambition over love, a spark snuffed by his swing. She'll haunt me, he thinks. Her face, fierce, broken, burning in the dusk. A curse he wears like the fleece once glowed. He stands, slow, steady, one sandal bold, barefoot scarred, the spear his shadow. I did it, he says. The city quiet, the sea his judge, a leader forged in exile, sharpened by betrayal, dulled by his own choice. Onward, he'd vowed, fleece in hand, Medea at his side. But now, kids dead, love ash, ship gone, he's stuck, a king who won the quest and lost the tale. Crazy worked, he mutters, a laugh that's half sob till it didn't, a spark that blazed and faded, a name etched in gold and grief. The stars sharpen, night falls, and Jason lingers. The Argos wreck his throne, the fleece a memory no one claims. I led them, he thinks. Hercules' roars, Atalanta's shots, Orpheus' tunes, Medea's flames, and lost her. He's not broken, not fully, just hollow. A king who swung too high, a leader who bound heroes and broke bonds. Peleus laughed, he says, spear sinking deeper. But I laughed last, then stopped. The sea hums, Poseidon's pulse, Hera's nudge, a spark of gods in a man who's mortal through and through. In the end, Jason is Jason, legend and loser, triumph and tangle, a man who sailed for gold and sank in blood, a spark of grit in a mortal frame. I took it all, he says, the Argo gone, the night his stage, a leader who bent chaos, bound glory, broke hearts, and paid the price. He's bold, he's decisive, and he's flawed, eternal in song, fading in flesh. A king who shines through cracks, a tale that lingers, messy, mighty, his story, Perseus, slayer of the Gorgon. Let's plunge into the wild, stormy world of Perseus, a kid born from a golden shower. Yeah, you heard that right. And a princess locked away like a treasure in a tower. He's got Zeus, king of the gods, for a dad, and Danae, a mortal beauty, with a backbone of steel, for a mom. It's a divine hookup that kicks off with prophecy, panic, and a chest tossed into the sea. But Perseus doesn't blink. Well, not yet. He's a baby. Rough start. He might quip later, but the gods have his back, and destiny's already sharpening its claws. This is where a hero rises, half mortal, half myth, ready to swing his way into legend. It all starts in Argos, a dusty kingdom ruled by King Achilles, Danae's father, and a guy with more paranoia than hair. An oracle drops a bombshell. Your grandson's gonna kill you. Achilles freaks. Grandkids are supposed to bring cookies, not coffins. So he locks Danae in a bronze tower, no doors, no stairs, just a skylight and a good luck from Dad. Safe now, he mutters, dusting his hands. But Zeus isn't one for barriers. He spots Danae, golden hair, fierce eyes, and turns into a shower of gold, slipping through the roof like a divine sneak attack. Hey there, he probably whispers, all charm and thunder, and 9 months later, Perseus is born. Acrisius hears the baby's cry echoing from the tower and storms up, face red as a pomegranate. What's this? He bellows, finding Danae cradling a squirming bundle. Dark curls, a grin already tugging at his lips. Your grandson, she says, calm as the sea before a storm. And Acrisius loses it. Prophecies ticking, death's looming, and he's not waiting to test fate. Out, he roars, ordering a wooden chest, more like a coffin, built fast. No blood on my hands, he mutters, shoving Danae and Perseus inside, sealing it tight and hurling it into the waves. Problem solved, he thinks, watching it bob away. But Zeus isn't done playing. The sea churns. Poseidon's domain, sure. But Zeus nudges the currents, whispering, keep 'em safe. The chest rides the tides, a speck in the chaos, while Danae holds Perseus close, her voice a lullaby over the crash of waves. We're fine, she tells him, fierce and steady, though the wood groans and water seeps. Days blur, storms rage, gulls scream, but the gods are watching, and Perseus, tiny and tough, sleeps through it like he knows he's got a VIP pass. Some kid, Danae might think, brushing his curls, her heart steel against the dark. They wash up on Seriphos, a rocky island with more goats than glory, where Dictys, a fisherman with a beard like seaweed, hauls the chest ashore. What's this? He grumbles, prying it open, and out tumbles Danae, exhausted, regal, and Perseus, blinking at the sun like it's his personal spotlight. Lost something? She says, dry as the sand, and Dictys stares, then laughs. Not anymore, he replies, taking them in. No questions, just a hut, a net, and a new start. Lucky catch, he mutters, watching Perseus toddle, already chasing crabs like they're his first quest. Perseus grows fast. God's kids don't mess around. By his teens, he's tall, lean, with arms that could wrestle a bull and eyes that spark like lightning on water. He's trouble, Dictys says, half proud, as Perseus hauls nets with a strength that's more than mortal. Good trouble, Danae counters, watching him spar with the village boys, dodging fists and landing quips. He's sharp, quick with a plan, fast with a laugh, and restless, always scanning the horizon like he's waiting for something. I'm no fisherman's kid, he tells her one night, staring at the stars, Zeus's thunder rumbling faint in the distance. Danae sits him down, the fire crackling, and spills it. Your father's Zeus, she says, voice low, steady. King of the gods? Perseus blinks, then grins, explains the good looks. She swats him. Focus, and keeps going. Acrisius locked me up, threw us out. Prophecy says you'll end him. He leans in, eyes glinting. Grandpa's got a death wish? She nods, grim. He's scared. Of you. Perseus laughs. A bold, wild sound that bounces off the waves. Let him sweat, he says. But there's a fire lighting up inside, a spark of, I'm more than this. Seriphos is small, too small for a kid with divine blood, and a prophecy hanging over him. What's out there? He mutters, climbing cliffs, the sea wind tugging at his tunic. He's not just strong, he's clever, rigging nets smarter than Dictys ever did, outsmarting bigger kids in scraps. Got a brain too, Dictys grunts, watching him fix a boat with a trick knot. And a mouth, Danae adds, as Perseus quips, better than yours? He's got Zeus's charm, Poseidon's tide in his step, and a streak of guts that's pure him, ready to swing at whatever comes. The island buzzes. Fishermen whisper, he's different. And they're right. God's kid, some say, eyeing his strength, his grin. Perseus hears it, feels it, and doesn't deny it. Maybe, he shrugs, tossing a fish back like it's no big deal. But his mind's racing. Zeus, Achilles, a fate he can't see yet. Something's coming, he tells Danae, staring at the sky. Thunder rolling like a hello from Dad. She nods, fierce and quiet. When it does, you'll be ready. He grins. Always am. And the sea hums. A promise in the waves. So here he is, Perseus, son of Zeus and Danae, raised on fish and salt, a hero brewing in a fisherman's hut. I'm not staying here, he says, swordless but sharp, sandals worn but steady, his eyes locked on a destiny he can't name. He's brave, he's clever, and he's got that godly spark. Seriphos is just the start, and trouble's already sniffing him out. Bring it on, he thinks, the wind at his back, Zeus's thunder in his ears, a kid born from gold, tossed by fate, ready to cut his way to glory. Perseus stands on Seriphos's rocky shore, the sea wind tugging at his tunic, his dark curls whipping as he watches the waves crash like they're calling his name. He's no kid anymore, tall, lean, with a spark in his eyes that's half Zeus, half trouble, and all ready to move. He's hauled nets with Dictys, sparred with village toughs, but this island's too small for a guy with divine blood and a prophecy ticking like a storm on the horizon. Something's gotta give, he mutters, kicking a pebble into the surf, and fate's about to deliver. Big time, courtesy of a slimy king and a snake-haired head. Buckle up, Perseus's quest is kicking off, and he's diving in with both feet and a grin. Life's been quiet, too quiet, until King Polydectes slinks into the picture. He's Dictys's brother, ruler of Seriphos, with a crown that's more ego than gold, and a leer that's been creeping toward Danae. She's mine, he thinks, eyeing her like a prize. But Perseus is in the way. Too strong, too sharp, too much of a thorn. Polydectes cooks up a plan at a banquet, wine flowing, his court buzzing. I need a gift, he announces, voice oily. Something legendary. He smirks at Perseus, lounging by Danae. Medusa's head. Fetch it for me, boy. The room hushes. Medusa, the Gorgon, eyes that turn men to stone, and Polydectes laughs, expecting panic. Perseus doesn't flinch. His grin widens, bold and reckless. Easy, he says, loud enough to bounce off the walls, his voice cutting through the king's sneer. I'll bring you her head, gift-wrapped. Danae's eyes flash. Perseus, no. But he's already standing, chest out, too gutsy to back down. What's a few snakes, he quips, winking at her, though his pulse kicks up. Polydectes chuckles. Good luck, hero, thinking he's rid of him, free to snag Danae while Perseus chases death. Big mistake, Perseus mutters later, pacing the shore. But he's committed. Pride, fury, and a spark of I can do this driving him on. He's alone at first. The sea his only counsel. Stars glinting like Zeus might be watching. Medusa, huh? He says, kicking sand. The name heavy. Hiss of snakes. Clink of stone. He's brave. Sure, but not dumb. Going in blind's a one-way ticket to Statueville. Need a plan, he thinks. And the gods hear him. Because right then, the air shifts. Electric, sharp, two figures shimmer into view. Athena, all armor and owl-eyed wisdom, and Hermes, winged sandals buzzing, a grin as sly as his tricks. Heard you're in a bind, Hermes says, hovering like a smug hummingbird. We've got your back, Athena adds, voice cool, steady. Perseus blinks. Hi? Then recovers, grinning. God squad, nice timing. Athena's not here for banter. She's got a grudge against Medusa. Something about a temple and a bad hair day with Poseidon. You'll need more than guts, she says, tossing him her shield, polished to where the mirror shine. Don't look at her. Use this. He catches it, hefting the weight. Bronze, smooth. A perfect reflection of his own cocky smirk. Smart, he nods, already picturing the move. Hermes jumps in. And these, handing over winged sandals that hum with lift, a cap that turns him invisible, and a sickle, curved and wicked sharp. Top-notch gear, Perseus says, testing the blade's edge. Don't mess this up, Athena warns, her gray eyes piercing. Medusa's no picnic. Eyes of death, snakes for hair. The works. Perseus twirls the sickle. Got it. No staring contests. Hermes chuckles. Good luck, kid. And slaps his back, the sandals twitching, like they're eager to fly. Zeus says hi, he adds, winking. And Perseus feels it. His dad's thunder in the air. A nudge from the top. Tell him I'll make him proud. He shoots back, strapping the sandals on, nearly tripping as they lift him an inch. Whoa, okay. Learning curve. He's armed now. Shield, sickle, sandals, cap. A walking arsenal with divine stamps all over it. Polydectes wants a head. He'll get one, he vows. Voice low, the sea roaring approval. Danae finds him at dawn, eyes fierce. You don't have to do this, she says, gripping his arm. Yeah, I do, he replies, softer than usual. He's after you. I'm not letting that slime win. She hugs him. Tight. Come back. And he nods. Always do. It's a promise. A spark. And he's off. Sandals buzzing. Cap tucked. Shield gleaming. A hero stepping into the deep end. The island fades as he lifts off. The sandals shaky at first. Don't crash, don't crash. Then steady. Wind rushing past as he soars. This beats walking, he laughs. The sea a blur below. Zeus's blood pumping fast. He's got a mission. Medusa's lair. Somewhere dark and deadly. But first, intel. Where's she at? He mutters, and the gods point him to the gray eye. 3 hags who share one eye and know the Gorgon's hideout. Weird family reunion, he thinks, banking west. The sickle glinting like it's hungry for action. He's not just bold. He's clever, piecing it together. Athena's shield. Reflect. Don't look. Hermes' cap. Sneak in. No fuss. Sandals. Get out fast. He's got the tools, the guts, and a streak of, I'll show him. That's pure Perseus. Polydectes thinks I'm done, he says, grinning at the sky, the cap snug in his grip. Big surprise coming, pal. The sea stretches wide, the horizon sharp, and he flies, heart pounding, mind racing, a kid from Seriphos, turned god-backed hunter, ready to face the unfaceable. Seriphos whispers behind him, "He's gone after Medusa." And Danae watches the sky, fierce and quiet. "Be smart," she prays, the wind carrying it up. Perseus doesn't hear. He's too high, too fast. The sandals humming, the shield catching the sun. This is it, he thinks. The quest snapping into focus. Medusa, Polydectes, a head to claim. He's brave, he's sharp, and he's got that godly edge. Zeus's spark, Athena's smarts, Hermes' tricks, all wrapped in a grin that says he's just getting started. So here he is, Perseus, soaring from Seriphos, a hero with a bag of divine swag and a mission that'd make most run screaming. "Medusa's head, huh?" he says, the sickle gleaming, the cap ready, the sandals lifting him toward fate. Let's do this. He's not just a fisherman's kid. Not anymore. He's the son of Zeus, armed and dangerous. A legend kicking off with a roar of wind and a promise of blood. Perseus soars through the sky, the winged sandals buzzing under his feet, the sea a shimmering blur below as he grips Athena's mirrored shield tight. He's got Hermes' sickle slung at his side, the cap of invisibility tucked in his belt, and a grin that says he's ready to take on anything, even a snake-haired monster with a killer stare. "Top-notch gear," he mutters, banking hard to dodge a cloud, nearly spinning out before steadying himself. Okay, still learning. He's off to hunt Medusa, but first, he needs a map, and the gods' gifts are about to get him there. One clever move at a time. The wind howls as he flies, Zeus's spark pumping in his veins, the sickle glinting like it's itching for a fight. Polydectes wants her head? He's got no idea what's coming, Perseus says, picturing the king's smug face turning to shock. But Medusa's not a fish you snag with a net. She's a gorgon, hidden somewhere dark and deadly, and he's got no clue where to start. Need directions, he thinks, adjusting the sandal's hum, the shield catching his reflection. Dark curls, cocky grin, a guy who's half hero, half trouble. Athena's voice echoes in his head. "Don't look at her." And he nods. "Got it." Shields my eyes. Hermes' tip rings too. "Find the gray eye, they'll know." The Gray Sisters, 3 hags who share one eye and a tooth. Creepy as they come, but they've got the Gorgon's address. "Weird family," Perseus mutters, banking west toward their cave, the sandals lifting him high over cliffs and waves. He tests the gear. Sandals zip him fast, nearly smacking him into a gull. Whoa, brakes! And the cap turns him invisible. With a flick, his shadow vanishing from the sea below. "This'll come in handy," he grins, popping back into view. The sickle's curve, a promise of what's ahead. He lands near their lair, a jagged crack in a cliff, wind moaning through it like a warning. "Nice place," he quips, stepping light. The sandal's quiet now, the shield up like a guard. Inside, it's damp, dark, the air thick with salt and then something sour. 3 hunched figures cackle, passing their single eye like a ball. "Who's there?" One croaks, sniffing the air, her toothless gums gleaming. "Just a visitor," Perseus says, voice smooth, cap ready in his grip. "Looking for some Gorgon info. Medusa, specifically." They laugh, shrill, grating, swapping the eye faster, trying to spot him. He watches, sharp and patient. Zeus's kid, sure, but he's got his own cunning. "Pass it here," one hag snaps, and as the eye arcs between them, Perseus moves. Fast, invisible with the cap, snagging it mid-air. "Gotcha," he says, popping visible, holding the slimy orb up like a trophy. The Greya screech, "Give it back!" Flailing blind, claws swiping air. "Tell me where she's at first," he demands, dangling it just out of reach, his grin wicked. "Thief!" One spits, but they're stuck. 3 blind hags against a guy with wings, and a plan. "West," one finally croaks, voice bitter, "past the sea, where the sun dies. Gorgon's lair, Medusa's there." Perseus nods. Good start, and tosses the eye back, watching them scramble for it like starved dogs. "Thanks, ladies," he calls. Already halfway out, the sandals buzzing as he leaps into the sky. Creepy, but useful, he thinks. The shield catching the sun, the sickle gleaming at his hip. He's got the where, now it's the how, and the gods' gifts are stacking up like a winning hand. The sandals carry him fast, too fast at first, nearly clipping a wave. Easy, easy. But he gets the hang, soaring smooth over the sea. "These things are gold," he laughs, banking hard, feeling the lift, the freedom. Hermes knew what he was doing, speeds his edge, a getaway when Medusa's head rolls. The cap's next, tested it with the Grey, perfect for sneaking in. No fuss, no fight until he's ready. Invisible hero. Polydectes will hate this, he says, grinning at the thought. The cap, snug against his belt, a trick up his sleeve. Athena shields the star, though. He hefts it, peering into the mirror shine, seeing his own eyes glint back. "Don't look at her," she'd said, and he gets it. Medusa's gaze is death, but reflections, that's his loophole. "Smart lady," he mutters, angling it, practicing the twist. "Watch the shine, not the snake." He swings the sickle, sharp, light, a blade that'll cut clean, and pictures it. Sneak in, shield up, 1 slash, done. Piece by piece, this works, he thinks. The gear clicking into a plan, his brain as sharp as his guts, are bold. The sea stretches wide, the sun dipping west, and Perseus flies toward it, heart pounding, wind roaring, a guy with divine swag and a monster to kill. 3 gifts, he counts, sandals humming, cap ready, shield steady, sandals to get there, cap to get close, shield to not die. Sickle's just the fun part. He laughs, a wild, free sound that bounces off the waves. Zeus's thunder faint in the distance. A nod from Dad. Polydectes picked the wrong guy, he says, the horizon sharpening, Medusa's lair looming somewhere ahead. Danae's back on Seriphos, watching the sky, her fierce heart steady. "Be clever," she whispers, the wind carrying it, and Perseus feels it. A tug, a push, his mom's steel in his spine. He doesn't hear her. He's too high, too fast, but he's got her in him. That grit that kept them alive in the chest. "I'm coming back," he vows. The sickles curve, catching the last light, the sandals lifting him toward fate, with a head and a story. He's not just brave. He's sharp, piecing the gods' gifts into a weapon no Gorgon's ready for. Athena's brains, Hermes' speed, Zeus's blood. Me, he thinks, grinning at the sky, the cap twitching like it's alive. The Greya gave him the where, the gear gives him the how, and he's the why. A hero who's half mortal guts, half divine edge, all in for the fight. Medusa's toast, he says, the sea blurring below, the sun sinking red, a signal, a dare, a countdown to the lair. So here he flies, Perseus, armed with the god's best, a kid from Seriphos turned Gorgon hunter, soaring toward the west. "Let's see what you've got, snake lady," he calls, the sandals steady, the shield up, the sickle hungry, He's clever, he's bold, and he's got that godly spark. Medusa's waiting, Polydectes is smirking, and Perseus is coming. A storm with wings and a grin that says he's just warming up. Smart, bold, and ready to dance with death. He steps light, sandals silent on the rock, the shield angled to catch the cave's dim glow. Don't look, reflect, he reminds himself. Athena's warning, a drumbeat in his head. The air's thick, damp, sour, a whiff of snakes and something old, and the hiss starts, low at first, then sharp, slithering through the dark. Party's on, he thinks, slipping the cap on, vanishing like a shadow. Invisible, he moves deeper, the sickle ready, his pulse a thunder that's half Zeus, half him. The cave twists, narrow, jagged, a maze of stone, and then he sees them, the Gorgons, 3 nightmares coiled in sleep. Medusa's hair a writhing crown, she's the one. Snakes snapping, scales glinting, her sisters snoring beside her, ugly as sin, but harmless in their dreams. Perseus freezes, shield up, catching her in the reflection, eyes shut, thank the gods, but that face, even blurred, twists his gut. Not winning any beauty contests, he thinks, edging closer, the cap keeping him ghost quiet. The snakes hiss louder, sensing him maybe, but he's steady, using the shield like a window, tracking her without turning to stone. One shot, he breathes, sickle twitching, every step a gamble, every breath a dare. He's close now, too close. The snake's thrashing, her head tilting, like she's waking. Now or never, he decides, heart slamming, and lunges, invisible and fast. The shield's his eyes. Medusa's reflection jerks, eyes fluttering open, a glow that could kill, and he twists, keeping the shine between them, slashing the sickle hard at her neck. Gotcha, he grunts, the blade biting deep, blood spraying black and hot. She shrieks, a sound that splits the cave, wakes her sisters, and her head rolls, snakes limp, body slumping as the echo fades. One down, he pants, grabbing it by the hair, stuffing it into a sack fast, eyes still glowing, even dead. The sisters, Stheno and Euryale, snap awake, roaring, claws out, immortal and mad. Who's there? One screeches, lunging blind, her talons raking air where he stood a second ago. Invisible guy, Perseus quips, dodging, the sandals buzzing as he leaps back. The shield catches their reflections, snarling, snake-haired, a mess of fury. But he's got the cap, a ghost they can't touch. Catch me if you can, he taunts, weaving through their swipes, the sack heavy at his side, blood dripping through the cloth. They're fast, too fast, but he's faster, smarter, a blur of wings and steel. He bolts, sandals kicking up, the cave shaking as they chase, screams bouncing, stone cracking. Time to go, he yells, banking hard, nearly clipping a wall as the exit looms. The sisters claw after him, relentless, but he's got Hermes' speed, out the mouth, into the night, the sea wind hitting him like a slap. See ya, he calls, soaring high, the sack swinging, their roars fading below. He's alive, bloody, breathless, Medusa's head in hand, and grinning like a fool who just cheated death. Polydectes is gonna love this, he laughs, the shield glinting under the stars. The flight steadies, sandals humming, cap off now, the night cool against his sweat. That was close, he admits, hefting the sack, feeling the weight. Snakes still twitching inside, eyes he won't risk peeking at. He's not just brave, he's clever, turning Athena's shield into his lifeline, Hermes' cap into his cloak, the sickle into his win. Team effort, he mutters. Zeus's thunder, faint in the distance, a nod from Dad. The gray gave him the where, the gods gave him the how, and he brought the guts, a perfect storm that took Medusa down. The sea stretches below, dark and endless, and Perseus soars, heart still racing, grin still sharp. One head, delivered, he says, picturing Polydectes' face when he drops this bomb. Danae's back on Seriphos, waiting, her fierce hope a tether he feels even now. Coming home, Mom, he thinks, the sandals steady, the shield catching moonlight. He's done it, faced the Gorgon, dodged her gaze, cut her down, and he's not a statue, not a snack, but a hero with a prize that'll shake the world. The sisters' screams are gone, the cave a speck behind him, and Perseus flies free, blood on his hands, victory in his grip. Not bad for a fisherman's kid, he says, the sickle slick, the cap dripping sea spray. He's got Medusa's head, proof he's more than guts, more than gear, a guy who outsmarted the unfaceable. Athena's gonna want this back, he thinks, glancing at the shield, then the sack. Maybe after one more stop. The sky's his, the quest's half done, and he's riding high, bold, clever, a spark of Zeus blazing bright. So here he is, Perseus, slayer of the Gorgon, winging away from Medusa's lair, the head swinging at his side, the gods' gifts gleaming in the night. Next up, Seriphos, he says, sandals buzzing, shield up, a grin that cuts through the dark. He's brave, he's sharp, and he's got that godly edge. Medusa's down, Polydectes is next, and Perseus is soaring, a hero who's just getting started. Perseus soars over the sea, the winged sandals humming steady, Medusa's head swinging in its sack, still dripping blood through the weave as the wind whips past. The Gorgon's lair fades behind him, her sister's roars a distant memory, and he's riding high, Athena's shield gleaming on his arm, Hermes' sickle crusted at his side, the cap of invisibility tucked safe. One down, Polydectes next, he mutters, grinning at the thought of the king's face when he drops this trophy. But fate's got a detour. Below, a scream cuts through the waves, and Perseus banks hard, spotting a girl chained to a rock, a sea monster rising like a nightmare. Rough day, he calls, diving in, hero mode on full blast. The scene's a mess. Crashing surf, jagged cliffs, and Andromeda, a princess with dark hair and fiercer eyes, shackled to a stone as waves claw at her feet. Help, she yells, voice sharp over the roar, and Perseus lands light, sandals buzzing to a stop. What's this about? He asks, scanning the water. A hulking beast, breeches, scales glinting, jaws wide enough to swallow a ship. Poseidon's mad, she pants, tugging at the chains. My mom bragged, said I'm prettier than his nymphs. So, monster snack time. Perseus raises an eyebrow. Bad call, and grins. Hold tight, I've got this. Her parents, King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia, watch from the shore, wringing hands, a crowd of Ethiopians wailing behind them. Save her, Cepheus bellows, voice cracking, and Perseus waves. On it. He's got Medusa's head, a fresh win under his belt, and a spark of, why not? That's pure Zeus. The beast roars, teeth like spears, eyes glowing green, and charges, water surging as it aims for Andromeda. Big guy, huh? Perseus mutters, slipping the cap on, vanishing like a ghost. Let's make this quick. He dives, sandals kicking up spray, invisible and fast. The monster thrashes, blind to him, jaws snapping air. Missed me, he taunts, circling high, the shield catching its reflection. Ugly, massive, a tidal wave with teeth. Andromeda twists, chains clanking. Hurry! And he nods, sack in one hand, sickle in the other. Got a trick for you, he thinks, pulling Medusa's head free. Careful not to peek. Those eyes still glow, even dead. He swoops low, the beast lunging, and thrusts the head out. Snake's limp, gaze flashing stone-cold death. The monster freezes mid-roar, scales hardening, eyes dimming, turning to rock with a crack that splits the air. Easy fix, Perseus quips, watching it sink, a jagged statue swallowed by the waves. He lands, cap off, shaking water from his hair as Andromeda stares, wide-eyed, soaked, alive. You're welcome, he says, slicing her chains with a sickle, the metal snapping like straw. She stumbles free, catching his arm. Who are you? And he grins, bold as ever. Perseus, Gorgon Slayer, Monster Buster, at your service. The shore erupts, cheers rolling, Cepheus and Cassiopeia rushing over, tears and thanks tumbling out. Our daughter. Cassiopeia cries, clutching Andromeda, who's still eyeing Perseus like he's a myth come to life. Name your reward, Cepheus says, voice thick, and Perseus glances at Andromeda. Tough, pretty, a spark, matching his own. Her hand, he says, half joking, half serious, and she blushes, punching his arm. Bold move, Cepheus laughs. Done! And the crowd roars. A double win sealed in salt and stone. He's not just showing off, though he loves the spotlight. He's sharp, using Medusa's head like a trump card, the gods' gifts clicking into place. Sandals got me here. Cap kept me safe. Shield's just back up now, he thinks, hefting the sack. The head's weight a grim trophy. Andromeda steps closer. You're crazy. And he winks. Crazy works. There's a pull there. Electric. Real. And he feels it. A hero's high mixing with something softer. Maybe I stick around, he mutters. The sea calming. Poseidon's grudge buried with the beast. The crowd chants, Perseus! Perseus! And he soaks it in. Shield gleaming, sandals dripping, a grin that cuts through the dusk. Not a bad day, he says, clapping Cepheus on the back. Andromeda at his side. Medusa's down, monsters toast. Polydectes can wait a sec. He's got a knack for this. Brave swings, clever moves, a spark of Zeus that turns chaos into winds. You always carry heads around? Andromeda asks, nodding at the sack, and he laughs. Only the good ones. They linger. Feasting starts. Fires crackle. Stories fly. And Perseus spins the tale. Grey-eye, gorgons, a cave of stone and blood. Shield saved me, he says, tapping it. Cap got me in. Sandals got me out. Andromeda listens, sharp and curious. Smart. And he shrugs. Had to be. She's no damsel. Chains didn't break her. And he likes that. A match for his fire. You're staying? She asks. And he grins. For now. Got a king to spook first. The sea hums below. Poseidon's waves a quiet nod. Family ties? Maybe. Smoothing the mess. He's flying high. Literally, with the sandals. And figuratively, with the wind. 2 for 2, he thinks. The sack heavy. Medusa's eyes a secret weapon he's already used twice. Danae's back on Seriphos. Waiting. Her fierce faith a pull. He'll follow soon. One more stop, he mutters, eyeing the horizon. Polydectes' smirk, a target still burning in his mind. He's not just a hero, he's a force, turning godly gifts into legend. A guy who saves princesses and slays beasts like it's a Tuesday. The night deepens, stars glinting, and Perseus stands with Andromeda, the crowd fading to murmurs. Crazy works, she echoes, smirking, and he laughs. A bold, free sound that bounces off the cliffs. Stick with me, it gets crazier, he says, the shield catching firelight, the sack a grim promise at his side. He's brave, he's clever, and he's got that godly edge. Medusa's head, a monster's grave, and now a princess who's more than a prize. Onward, he thinks, sandals ready, a hero soaring through fate. So, here he is, Perseus, fresh from the Gorgon's lair. Now, Andromeda's savior, a king's bane in waiting. Not bad, he says, the sea at his back, the night his stage, a grin that says he's just warming up. He's smart, he's bold, and he's got Zeus's spark. Destiny's his game, and he's playing it loud. Perseus stands on Ethiopia's shore, the sea breeze tugging at his tunic. Andromeda at his side, her hand warm in his as the crowd's cheers fade into the dusk. Medusa's head swings in its sack, still dripping through the weave. A grim trophy from a fight he's already turned into legend. The winged sandals hum at his feet. Hermes' sickle glints with dried blood, and Athena's shield catches the last light, a hero's kit, worn and victorious. Nice detour, he says, winking at Andromeda, but his grin sharpens as he looks west. Time to finish this. Polydectes is waiting. He's got a score to settle, a mother to free, and a king to turn to stone. Perseus is flying home, and revenge is on the menu. The flight's quick, sandals buzzing, the sea a blur below. Andromeda's "Don't crash" ringing in his ears as he lifts off. I've got this, he calls back, banking smooth, Medusa's head thumping against his hip. Seriphos looms ahead, a rocky speck he's outgrown, and he lands light, the island quiet, too quiet, under Polydectes' slimy rule. Miss me? He mutters, striding toward the palace, the cap of invisibility tucked ready, the shield up like a warning. Danae's there, trapped in the king's grip, and Perseus feels it. Fury, hot and sharp, Zeus's thunder in his bones. He slips into the banquet hall, cap on, a ghost among the revelry. Polydectes lounging on his throne, wine in hand, his cronies laughing like they own the world. Danae sits stiff, her fierce eyes locked on the door, sensing him even now. Where's your boy? Polydectes sneers, leaning toward her, his voice oily. Probably stoned by now. Medusa's no joke. The court roars, cruel, loud, and Perseus clenches the sack, invisible, but burning. Big mistake, pal, he thinks, stepping closer, the sickle twitching like it's alive. He drops the cap, pops into view, tall and bloody, the sack swinging heavy. You're alive, Polydectes chokes, wine splashing, his smirk gone like smoke. Surprise, Perseus says, voice cutting through the hush, his grin wicked. Missed me? The hall freezes, guards grip spears, nobles gape, and he lifts the sack, slow and deliberate. You wanted a gift, he says, locking eyes with the king. So I brought you Medusa's head. Polydectes laughs, a thin, nervous sound. You're bluffing. And that's his cue. Look close, Perseus quips, yanking the head free, snakes limp, eyes glowing death. He thrusts it up, shield angled safe, and the hall turns to chaos. Polydectes stares, too late. His scream cut short as flesh hardens, stone creeping fast, his throne a tomb. Guess not, Perseus says, watching the king freeze mid-sneer, a statue of shock and wine. The cronies bolt, yelling, tripping, but Medusa's gaze sweeps, turning them to rock one by one. Guards, nobles, a gallery of fools caught mid-run. Nice party trick, he mutters, tucking the head back. The hall silent now, a mausoleum of his making. Danae rises, fierce, unbroken, rushing to him, her arms tight. You did it, she breathes, pride in her eyes, and he grins. Told you I'd come back. And she swats him, foolish boy, but laughs, a sound that cuts through the stone and blood. Had some help, he admits, tapping the shield, the sandals dripping sea spray. Gods pitched in, Athena, Hermes, the works. She nods, Zeus's son, and he shrugs. And yours. The palace is theirs. Polydectes gone, Seriphos free, and Perseus feels it. Home, but bigger now, a king's weight settling in. He doesn't linger. The head's too hot to keep. Athena's turn, he says, flying off, sandals humming, the sack swinging as he soars to a temple. Your shield's a lifesaver, he tells her, landing light, offering Medusa's head like a handshake. She takes it, cool, steady, her owl eyes glinting. Well done, she says, mounting it on the shield. A Gorgon's glare, now her badge. Upgrade, Perseus quips, stepping back, the sandals itching to lift. Keep the skies clear, she warns, and he nods. Always do. A hero's pact sealed in stone and steel. Back on Seriphos, he settles. Dictys steps up, a quiet king for a quiet isle, and Perseus turns to Andromeda, waiting with that spark he can't shake. Ready for this? He asks, taking her hand, and she smirks. With you? Always. They sail, sandals stowed, shield hung, a new life calling, and he's got it all. Medusa's win, Polydectes' end, a princess who's more than a prize. Not bad, he thinks, the sea stretching wide. Danae safe, his grin sharp as the sickle at his side. But fate's not done. Achilles lurks, the prophecy ticking, like a storm he can't outfly. Grandpa's still out there, he mutters, eyes on Argos. The old king's shadow, a thread he'll face later. For now, he's king, sort of, ruling with Andromeda, a hero who turned godly gifts into glory. Sandals got me there, cap got me close, shield kept me alive. He counts, the sickle a memory of blood and snakes. And this, he says, tapping the sack's empty weight, that was me. Zeus's thunder rumbles faint, a nod, a laugh, and Perseus soars, even grounded. The island buzzes. He took down Polydectes, and Danae watches, fierce and proud. My boy, she whispers, the wind carrying it, and he feels it. A tether, a fire, her steel in his spine. He's not just a hero. He's hers, a son who fought for her, a spark who lit up the dark. Crazy works, Andromeda says, echoing their first night, and he laughs. Crazy winds. The sea hums below. Poseidon's waves a quiet truce, and Perseus stands tall, a Gorgon slayer, a king crusher, a guy who's rewriting the rules. So here he is, Perseus, back from the edge, Medusa's head gone, Polydectes' stone, a new reign starting with Andromeda's hand in his. Finished that one, he says, the shield gleaming, the sandals quiet, a grin that cuts through the night. He's brave, he's clever, and he's got that godly edge. Destiny's his, and he's swinging it hard. A hero who's just hitting his stride. Perseus stands on Seriphos' cliffs, the sea crashing below, Andromeda's hand in his, as the sun dips low, painting the waves gold. The winged sandals rest quiet at his feet. Hermes' sickle hangs notched and proud at his side. Athena's shield, now gorgon-eyed, leans against a rock, a trophy of his wild ride. Medusa's head is gone, Polydectes is stone, and Danae's free, her fierce smile a beacon he'll never outshine. I did it, he says, voice carrying over the wind, his grin sharp with triumph. He's the hero who slew the Gorgon, saved a princess, toppled a king, but fate's got one last twist, and Perseus wears it all, a legend with a spark of Zeus and a shadow of flaw. Seriphos settles, Dictys rules gentle and steady, the island humming with peace, its tyrant a statue in the hall. Nice upgrade, Perseus quips, clapping his foster father's shoulder. The palace quieter without Polydectes' sneer. Andromeda fits in fast, sharp, bold, a queen in the making, her eyes glinting as she plans with Danae. Your trouble, she tells Perseus, smirking, and he laughs. Good trouble. He's got it all. Love, family, a tale that's spreading like wildfire. But Argos looms, Acrisius' shadow ticking closer. The prophecy, a thread he can't cut. He doesn't dwell. Perseus isn't built for brooding. Medusa's down, monsters sunk, kings toast, he counts, kicking a pebble into the surf, the sea humming with Poseidon's pulse. The gods' gifts got him here, sandals soaring, cap sneaking, shield reflecting, and he wielded them like a pro, turning divine swag into epic wins. Team effort, he mutters. Zeus's thunder, faint overhead. A nod from Dad. Athena's shield sits heavy with Medusa's glare. Hermes' sickle notched from her neck. He's a hero who knows how to swing. A kid from a chest who carved a throne. The tale grows. Fishermen whisper it over nets. He faced the snakehead. And kids on Seriphos play Perseus, dodging imaginary gazes with sticks for shields. He's ours, they say. And he is. Brave, clever, a spark of God in a mortal frame. Not bad for a fisherman's kid, he thinks, grinning at the horizon. The sandals a quiet hum of what's past. Andromeda joins him. They'll sing this forever. And he shrugs. Let 'em. I lived it. She punches his arm. Humble, huh? And he laughs, loud and free, the sound bouncing off the cliffs. But fate's not done. Acrisius, the grandpa who tossed him to sea, still rules in Argos, paranoid and gray. The oracle's words, your grandson kills you, haunt him. And Perseus knows it's coming, a storm he can't outfly. Gotta face him, he tells Andromeda, voice steady, the sickle gleaming at his hip. She nods. You've faced worse. And he grins. True. He sails. Sandals stowed, shield hung, Argos rising sharp and dusty, a kingdom he's tied to by blood and doom. Let's get this over with, he mutters, stepping ashore, the sea at his back. It's a festival, games, crowds, Acrisius presiding like a king who's forgotten his sins. Perseus joins, low-key, no fanfare, entering the discus throw, his arm strong from nets and fights. Just another guy, he thinks, blending in. But fate's got eyes. He hurls the disc. Hard, fast, a perfect arc. And the wind shifts. A gust from nowhere, Poseidon's nudge, or Zeus's jest. It veers, wild, sharp, crashing into the stands, striking Acrisius square in the head. The old man drops, blood pooling, the crowd gasping as prophecy snaps shut. Perseus freezes. Oops. Then grimaces, half grin, half shock. Didn't mean that, he mutters. rushing over, but Acrisius is gone, eyes blank, a king felled by his own fear. Oracle wins, he says, stepping back, the crowd murmuring. It's him, the grandson. He doesn't run, stands tall, the sickle at his side. Yeah, it's me. And they bow, awed and shaken, a hero they can't deny. Guess I'm king now, he thinks, the weight settling. A throne he didn't chase, but can't dodge. He rules. Argo's his, Andromeda at his side. A kingdom forged from blood and chance. Not how I planned it, he tells her. The palace cool under his feet. And she smirks. You don't plan, you swing. He laughs. Fair. And settles in. A king who fights, builds, shines. I'm Perseus, he says, grinning at his city, the sickle hung, the sandals a relic of wild days. He's slain Medusa, saved Andromeda, ended Polydectes, closed Acrisius' tale, a hero who bends fate and breaks what fights back. The people chant, Gorgon Slayer, songs rising, his deeds carved in stone and sea. He's ours, they say, and he is, savior, ruler, a spark who lit up the dark. Crazy works, Andromeda echoes, her hand in his, and he nods. Crazy winds, the sea whispers below, Poseidon's truce holding, Zeus's thunder a quiet applause. Did it my way, he thinks, the shield gleaming in the hall. Medusa's eyes a warning to foes, a legacy etched in guts and glory. The years roll. Argos thrives, kids come, his tale hardens into myth. I walked that cave, he tells them, tapping the sickle. Flew that sky, took that head. They listen, wide-eyed, dreaming, and he grins. Be bold, be smart. He's not perfect. Prophecy stung, Acrisius fell, but he's eternal. A hero who shines through the twists, a king who swings and stands. Onward, he vows, eyes on the horizon, the waves crashing like a cheer. In the end, Perseus is Perseus, legend and flaw, triumph and tangle, a man who faced the Gorgon and ruled the land, Zeus's spark in a mortal heart. I did it, he says, the city glowing below, his voice a promise carved in time. He's brave, he's clever, and he's got that godly edge. A hero who turned gifts into glory, a story that lingers, messy, mighty, his.